Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's Livestream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. All right, we're live. Welcome to my art stream. Things have been crazy this last week. I've been prepping a bunch of periods for classes that I'm teaching over the summer, and just kind of gradually trying to get caught up on Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which is the graphic novel that I'm doing for Turner Publishing. And also just kind of like in between, spending about 15 minutes a day recording songs. So for those of you who don't know, I have like 2 albums out that I released in the last month. Well, I guess I should say released last month. And one is called They Don't Care About the Born. And then the second album that I released is called Worst Places to Work. And I'm midway through another album, which is kind of exciting. I've been really inspired lately. And that other album is going to be a horror-themed album, and I'm planning on playing 5 songs. I got the masters back from my friend Robbie, who does the mastering. He does an amazing job. So you guys will be able to get a sneak preview of 5 unreleased songs that are already mastered, which is pretty cool. So what we're going to do today is work on coloring page 113 of Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. So we have to get 113 colored during this stream. So that's one goal. Another is I started this a while ago where I would show you guys my guitars. And I have a new guitar to show. So I'm going to show that off real quick. I've already used it on 2 songs on the new album. And it was just a deal that I couldn't refuse. I don't know if that makes sense. But so ever since I was a kid, I remember seeing pictures from like the Abbey Road era as well as the Get Back era and the White Album, where George Harrison had this guitar. And it was a all Rosewood Telecaster. And it was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen. As a kid, that probably embedded the idea of a Fender Telecaster in my mind. Just that guitar was so beautiful, and it was complete rosewood. So anyhow, for those of you who don't know, like I've started to get into a brand called Firefly, and they're an affordable guitar brand where the guitars are manufactured in China. And the first one I got was like a 338, which is a 335, pretty much like a clone of a Gibson 335 by Firefly. The only thing is it's a little under $200. And I ordered that guitar after Jim Lujan, a friend of mine, had gotten it. And I had heard about them for years online because people kept flipping out about these guitars. They're like, these are super cheap, but they play so well. And then Dylan said, "Can you cover the song Tiptoe Through the Tulips?" I like it. Why not? But yeah, so like I checked this out and it was stunning. It was like an amazing guitar, and I've shown it to you guys on the channel. It's too good of a guitar to be at that price range, and it feels as good as like my Gibson SG. Like the neck work, the fretwork, the setup on it. The pickups are way hotter than a Fender or a Gibson, and like not necessarily the same quality, but they're still good enough to where I didn't even feel like I had to replace the pickups or do anything to it. And so when it kind of came time to getting a Stratocaster, I got a Strat by Firefly, and that guitar was so inspiring and good, and the quality was so high that it kind of inspired me to write the last two albums that I released. Those were just like a byproduct of this beautiful guitar that showed up, and also relearning my love for Stratocasters. And I've shown that on the channel as well. It's a beautiful guitar. It's got like a 2-point trim, stainless steel frets, just full size pots like El Nico 5 pickups, and it's like a bone nut. It's just like a perfect, the shape of the guitar, everything about that guitar is like a wonderful Stratocaster. It's the best Strat, my favorite Strat that I've played, and again, it's under $200. So I'm always kind of keeping an eye out on Firefly and like what they're releasing on their Guitars Garden site, because I'm a big fan of the fact that they're offering guitars that play. So far, 2 out of 2 that I've ordered play as well as like American made Gibsons and Fenders for like $200, which is for people who are not wealthy like myself, that's a pretty amazing deal, considering a Gibson or a Fender is going to cost you anywhere from like $1,000 to $2,000 for like entry level, and you're not even going to get all the features that you're getting on a lot of these Fireflies. So I've become a real big fan of Firefly, and they had announced a drop that was coming soon where they were going to drop a Rosewood Telly. And I was like, I've wanted a Rosewood Telly since I was 14 years old. And I looked at it, and it's not a pure Rosewood Telly. So that's one thing to keep in mind. It's a composite. So they're using rosewood, but it's composited with other wood. But it looks the part. I've never bought a Telecaster from Firefly. I am a huge Telecaster guy. I already own way too many Telecasters. And it's my favorite guitar. It's like the perfect, most versatile guitar in my opinion. It doesn't have the trem, like the movable trem. I mean, you could get a Telecaster, I guess, with a trem system. But aside from that, for like a fixed point guitar, I feel like a Telecaster is just perfect. It's perfect in its simplicity. It's my favorite guitar. It feels good. The shape's good. It's like, I think it was the first popularized solid wood electric guitar. And I feel like it's one of those things where they just nailed it from the get-go. Leo Fender and that design, it's just never been improved on. So finally, I ordered this Firefly all rosewood Telly. It's a little over $200, which again, the equivalent would be the Fender Rosewood Telecaster limited edition series that was released 5 years ago for about $5,000. So $220 versus $5,000. I was like, I'm going to pick that up. So I picked it up, and what's cool about Guitars Garden so far, because a lot of the time if you order like cheap Chinese guitars and stuff like that, they'll be okay. There'll usually be issues and stuff that you'll have to mod. And the biggest downside is also just the delivery time, right? Like you'll order the guitar, it'll show up like a month to half a year later. But the Guitars Garden order comes in 2 or 3 days after I paid for it, and it's again like 3 out of 3 perfect guitars by Firefly. It feels good. It's beautiful. I'm going to show it off a little bit, but it's an amazing guitar. And again, I don't know how they're doing it. This one has a Wilkinson trem. Let me just show it to you. So it has a rosewood. It's heavy. Just as a heads up, guys, rosewood is very heavy. So it's heavier than any Telecaster I own. It has this beautiful neck pocket that Actually, it's funny. I have a American-made Telecaster that was like a special series by Fender that has this kind of neck pocket that's basically contoured so that you can fit and hit higher notes. But the body shape is amazing. And again, it smells like rosewood, it feels like rosewood, and it sounds amazing. It has a Wilkinson trim, which is crazy. That trim probably costs about a fifth of the guitar price, maybe a fourth of it. I don't know how they're affording to do this with brass saddles. This is the first, even though I own a lot of Telecasters, this is the first with the ashtray bridge that has like this old saddle that's only 3 saddles. Um, Most of the ones I have, in fact, all of the ones I have are more modern trims, but this is the old school trim. I love it. It it came set up perfectly. It has ball end frets. Let me show you guys. They're they're perfectly rounded frets. Um, I just don't know how they're getting away with this. I don't know how they get away with making these things good. They have locking tuners. The tuners are smooth as butter, and they hold tune really well. And they're locking tuners. And then it has rosewood. It's just a rosewood Telecaster. And I love it. So I'll show you guys real quick. I'll play on it for 2 seconds just to show you a little bit of it. And then we're going to get into comics. So let me see if I can turn this on so you can hopefully hear it. Hopefully you guys can hear that. So this will be on the, I'll put it first on the bridge setting just so you can hear how that sounds. I'll turn it down a little bit so I don't annoy my family. Of course you have to start on the bridge because this is what I love about a Telecaster. A Telecaster on the bridge is going to have just like a spank to it. It just sounds like quacky. That's how most Telecaster fans describe it. It's like a quack, you know, like a... Anyhow, so I love it. That's the bridge position. So that's the bridge position. Again, set up just like it came to me. I haven't changed the strings. I don't know how I don't know how they're affording to do this, but they actually send them with Diodario strings. And you can tell they're Diodario strings because they have colors. Diodario uses different colors for their the ball end of the string. And I don't know how they're affording to ship them with good strings. It's crazy. The setup's perfect. It's an amazing guitar. Okay, so the reason I started with the bridge, that's just the Telecaster sound. That's what you buy a Telecaster for, is this pickup, right? The lipstick pickup, all of that sounds great, but this is the unrivaled beauty of of buying a Telecaster is the sound of that bridge, in my opinion. Here's the middle position where we're hearing the bridge and the neck together. Let's see. Anyhow, so that's that, and then let's hear the neck again. anyhow, so that's this. I'm not like gonna do like any crazy jamming or anything like that. I just wanted to mention that if you're ever like a person who wants to play music, you want a good guitar for like next to nothing in cost as far as guitars go. I don't know how they're doing this. These sold out in like 10 minutes. Um, and I don't think they're going to be available for a really long time. I feel really lucky I got one. But I've already recorded two songs with it, and I recorded them in tandem with recording on my American Telecaster, and as a testament to just how good this sounds. It's hotter, right? My American Telecaster has those like Fender noiseless pickups, so there's not going to be a lot of feedback and rawness to it unless I like punch it has um, like a little boost on it on the volume, but it's like even then it just doesn't quite get as much crunch. This thing just sounds like a raw. It's the sound of it is more similar to like what an original Telecaster would be. It's way hotter, a little bit more raw, and again because the saddles aren't those compensated saddles, it's the old ashtray. It just gets a more like a warm, beautiful tone. But I love this guitar. I'm excited. That'll be my 17th guitar. But I felt like I needed it, and it's also been really inspiring. And so here's the thing I like about tools for artists or guitarists or anything like that. I'm gonna go ahead and put this back. Hold on. Real quick though, I'm going to show it off again. All rosewood, right? I mean, it's composite rosewood, but it's like it's pretty darned believable. It's a beautiful guitar. I absolutely adore this guitar now. Okay, so the thing I like about tools, like for artists and things like that, that was just me showing off my telly. But the thing I like about different tools, even different guitars, is they get a different tone and they can inspire kind of different sounds, right? And I feel like it's like that with art tools too. Like my approach for Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning right now, is a lot different than it was for Two Stories or Jacob's Apartment. And each of those, the approach was different because the materials were a little different. And so there's something about like using different materials that can, I think, inspire different output. And I think that's in your best scenario, that's the best service that tools can do for an artist. Like hopefully if you get a really good brush or a good art program or whatever it is that you get, hopefully it's going to inspire like some kind of new thing from you, right? Or force you to approach writing or drawing from a different angle than you're used to. And I think that's a really healthy thing for artists. And I think that's why I like owning so many different guitars, because each time I pick up a different one, it just brings a totally different side of my playing out. All right. So now let's get into comics, because that's what this is. This isn't a guitar stream. It's a comic stream. You're going to notice me drinking a ton of water during this stream because it is like 112 degrees outside. And we are not a wealthy family, so it's not like we have the AC full blast all day. We just, don't have the money to kind of afford just blasting our AC nonstop. And so it's pretty hot, like even in the house, even though the house is still like relatively way cooler than the outside of the house. It's still pretty hot. So you're going to see me drinking a lot of water. I might end up taking quite a few breaks during the stream, just to kind of keep hydrated and stuff like that, and fight exhaustion, because that's the other downside of like summer and things being warm. It just makes you want to nap like 24/7. Okay, so I have page 113 pulled up here, and from that we're going to basically go through and color the page. And so that's my goal during this stream, is to kind of get this page colored So let's start by like basically picking all the areas that I can, and then we're going to expand our selection. And I want to share with you guys my weird conceptual album while I work on this. So here's a weird thing. I might have played some of these unmastered for you guys before, but about a week ago, I've still been just like, I don't know what it is. I've been super inspired, right? And my last album, I did like the theme of like awful workplaces. And I did a whole 10-song album just about like bad workplaces. And then this album, I just felt really inspired to do horror songs, but I wanted to kind of do them with an angle that was a little different than a lot of like horror bands, you know? So the idea was I'll pick, in general, like every song just has to be themed around some sort of classic horror movie sort of theme. Preferably like horror monsters or, you know, like the Universal monsters, that kind of thing. But what I wanted to do to kind of make it a little different from a lot of horror albums is if I can relate it to modern day life, and then also have it cover that theme of monsters and keep the approach to it kind of tongue in cheek. So the fun part about it is I'm still going to be approaching it like surf songs, like dancing songs, you know, songs that should be fun. But at the same time, like there's a serious belly to all of the songs. So all of the songs will be talking about something modern, possibly something serious, with the exception of one, which I wrote about my loach. I have fish. I love them. And two of my favorite fish that we have are a type of fish called a loach, and it kind of looks like an eel underwater. And so I actually wanted to write a song about one of my loaches because I think you should write a love song to your fish. So I wrote a love song to my fish. But I also married it with the idea of the creature from the Black Lagoon. And so my loach song kind of fulfills the creature from the Black Lagoon. Yeah, Dylan was saying like the Beach Boys meets Universal Monsters. Yeah, it would be like Dead Kennedys meets Beach Boys meets Universal Monsters. It's kind of weird. It's an interesting album. It's been fun. But aside from the Loach song, most of them have to do with like modern political horror shows and things like that. So I can't wait to share them with you. Philip said, "Good afternoon." Good afternoon, Philip. How you doing, man? Dylan said, "The creature is my favorite monster." Nice. Well, we have a song, and it's kind of about the loach being the creature from the Black Lagoon. So I will share all of these songs with you guys. I got the masters from my friend Robbie, who's been mastering these this morning, and so I want to share them with you. So we'll start with song number 1, and from what I recall, I'm trying to remember what this one's about. I guess we'll just listen to it. Because I haven't written the song titles yet. So let's listen to it, and then I'll describe it afterwards.
Sign up,
So that's my ghost song. So the gist of that song is like kind of taking the theme of ghosts and then thinking about like real world ghosts. And so it's about it's fun and it's got like a ghost woo kind of moment. But underlying it is a more kind of serious theme of like how as we're living we kind of collect more and more memories of those who've left us behind, and how we're all kind of walking future ghosts, and basically how the more ghosts that you compile in your life, like of the past and of people you've known who've went on, the kind of more blackened your heart becomes, right? Until we're all kind of future ghosts. So it's a little dark, even though it's fun and it's horror. And so that's a good kickoff to like the theme of the album that I'm currently working on, is like trying to take like kind of more cartoonish themes, or like silly horror themes, and then kind of bringing a tangible, more modern take on it. And then Dylan said, "Why wasn't there an Artcasters Thursday?" Well, I'm an American, and the Artcasters are Americans, and we were celebrating America. I think it's because we were all doing stuff on the 4th of July, and so we decided to skip it. And honestly, I'm kind of glad we did, because I had to prep a period that was right after that too. And so I was in no shape to do Artcasters. But there will be an Artcasters next week, so don't worry. Artcasters is not broken up or anything like that. We're just darn good Americans, and we spend our America supporting and celebrating America Day for the 5 months that we still have in America after that recent Supreme Court decision. So we'll kind of see. We'll see how long we're America. But for now, it's great to be an American and celebrate that beautiful 4th of July. The only other thing that was rough about the 4th, and I don't know about you guys, but like our dogs, one of them is like chill. Like he's totally got no issues with fireworks and all that kind of stuff going. But the other is a little chihuahua, and he has some heart issues, right? He's an older dog, so he'll like work himself up and get like really worked up about stuff. And the fireworks were like really hard for him, but he survived the 4th of July. That was one of our big concerns, was that we wanted to make sure that we got him through the 4th of July, and he did okay. And we managed to celebrate some birthdays. We had like a family get together where we celebrated a couple people's birthdays that were around the same time, and the 4th of July as well. And then, got some work done, which is kind of like the ultimate 4th. But anyhow, yeah. So that was basically why there was no Artcasters on the 4th of July, is that we're just darn good patriots. All right, so I'm gonna share another thing at this point. Just so you know, what I'm doing is I'm kind of going through and selecting. We're just gonna go a panel at a time, and kind of select and fill in the different colors, and then I'm going to previous pages from this scene just to make sure that I'm being consistent with my color choices, and using like the eyedropper to kind of pick colors from previous pages. All right, so we've heard our Ghosts song. We have 7 songs that are newly mastered that have yet to be released, and I'm going to play them for you. So here's track number 2. This one's an Orange Monster song. right. So that's definitely about a certain leader of the that we've had in the country who happens to be kind of orange in disposition, and it's called Orange Monster. You can speculate on who that might be about. So that is covering the kind of monster theme of horror. So this next one, this is the next one, and I believe this one is addressing a couple other elephants in the room. So basically, that one's about, like the monstrous greed and selfishness and kind of very one track mind of like, what can America do for me, that we've seen from our previous orange leader in office. This next song is actually about zombies. So we covered monsters, and this one is about the recent trend in politics of us to have almost like living dead politicians running for office, where it's people, it's a bunch of old white men basically. And so that's what this song's about. So let's listen to this one. This one's about zombies, but again, it's relating it to modern day. So that was Zombie Republic. Dylan said, zombies are my least favorite classic monster. He also said him and his dad watched the movie Independence Day on the 4th. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of tongue in cheek, teasing the fact that we're heading towards a zombie republic where people are like holding up corpses that are running for office. And that could be seen as kind of a blast at both sides for sure. Because it is concerning to me. It is concerning to me that that are recent candidates, at least in this country, have been uh, ancient men who are on death's door. And definitely, I don't know, like I think most people at that age, families start questioning whether you should be driving, whether whether you're going to need caregiving, that kind of stuff. And when you're at that point, maybe running for president isn't a good idea, or Senate, right? Or really anything. So I don't know. That's Zombie Republic. That's the third song I have on here. I should play you guys my love song to the loach, which is the coolest fish in the world. And we're getting through it. We're getting through this, the colors for this panel, and they're coming along all right. This is going to take a while to color because of all those flowers. All them flowers. All right. Let's see here. Let's play the Loach song. This is a surf song about a surfy punk song about doing the Loach, which is a dance inspired by the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Snake creatures slither underwater, not gonna surface till things get hotter. Wiggle down in the depths, contort yourself, and ride the current until you hit the shell. Your gills open and shut so fast. Got a tentacle mustache that's a blast. You're a creature from the depths that gets so black. A loach with the most, and that's a fact. To the loach now, to the loach now. Wiggle your arms back and forth like a lolcow. You're a creature from the black, and you know how to shimmy those hips in and out. To the loach now, to the loach now. Wiggle your arms back and forth like a lolcow. You're a creature from the black, and you know how to shimmy those hips in and out. Snake-like creature from the deep, deep black. Time to open those gills and breathe real fast. And wiggle your tentacles, have a blast. You're a creature from the depths that gets so black. A loach with the most, and that's a fact. To the loach now, to the loach now. Wiggle your arms back and forth like a lolcow. You're a creature from the black, and you know how to shimmy those hips in and out. Back and forth like a lolcow. You're a creature from the black, and you know how to shimmy those hips in and out. From the deepest of oceans to this lagoon to express my devotions. Hope I survive on the changing of the water.
All right, that's the fourth song from my horrors album that I'm currently working on. I'm curious to hear what you guys think about it. It's funny, on these last few streams, I've been playing a lot of music that I've been recording, but it's partially just because, like, it's hard to explain, but it's like you just kind of hit these periods of inspiration that are really kind of weird. It almost like hard to explain in life, and I feel like lately musically I've just been like I can't stop writing music. and it's been real fun. So I hope you guys are kind of digging it. I'm feeling really good about it. This last song is really current because for those of you who don't know, basically a few days ago in the United States, the Supreme Court just passed a decision that the executive power of the country that I live in basically has executive immunity in any quote unquote official act. And this is really disturbing to a lot of Americans. It's disturbing to a lot of Europeans as well. I read a recent article from The Guardian where a lot of citizens in England and in a lot of European countries are starting to talk about the need to invest more in their national defense out of concern for what our country might become after the next election. And a lot of it had to do with this reaction to the Supreme Court ruling. And of course, a lot of the kind of more sycophantic people on the right that have been supporting this kind of move towards totalitarianism are like doing their little media tour right now, trying to say like and downplay the extremely damaging nature of what was passed by the Supreme Court recently. But the one thing they can't kind of downplay is the implications of what this means for the future of our country, as cheesy as that is to say. And keep in mind, I'm just kind of talking while I'm working on comics right now. But basically, one of the more disturbing implications is how hard it is to prove in court that pretty much any action that could mildly be tied into any official act of the president could not be justified and therefore be above prosecution. To translate that, that means that if and here's the weird part that I don't understand about the right supporting this is because of what the Supreme Court has done, if Joe Biden tomorrow decided that he was going to say that Trump was a threat to national security, according to this new law in the Supreme Court, Joe Biden could have Trump assassinated and could claim it was under his official capacity, and they wouldn't even be able to bring a trial or an indictment against him as the executive if there was a slight tie to the possibility of it being part of his official duty. Since part of his official duty is protecting the country from threats, both foreign and domestic, he can pretty much, I mean, in theory, if you have a really bad leader, corrupt leader with this power, they can pretty much kill any American citizen they want and be free from prosecution. And so if you're an American and you like the Constitution and you like the balance of powers and stuff like that, and this new executive power hasn't been disturbing to you, I wonder if you do like the Constitution or the original framing of what our country was founded on, because that's pretty much a complete subversion of democracy. And it's made our executive power, at least temporarily and possibly permanently, a king. And this partially has to do with a very corrupt Supreme Court in our country. The Supreme Court that was corrupted by the guy who elected the Supreme Court members because he knew they were corrupted. And the House that basically put them through because they're sycophants to the corrupted leader who most likely might get reelected. So that's kind of where we're at as a country. And so that's kind of disturbing. So anyhow, so I like a good artist. I got a little bothered by it, by that information. And I figured, you know what, I'll make a song about it. So I'm doing this horror album. This one is about the vampire Supreme Court feeding off of dying democracies. So that's what I'm gonna play now. Is song number 5.
So this is how
All right, so that was the song about the vampire Supreme Court, and the whole point was of that song was just like, hey, vampires can't come in unless they're invited, right? Who invited these guys? And it's just it's like a tongue in cheek way of saying like who elected, who's to blame for this subversion of democracy. Clearly the guy who invited them in and the people who invited the guy who invited them in. All right. There's a couple things I just realized. I need to fix this on. I didn't even notice this on the last page because I've just been slamming out graphic novel pages. But I actually missed a spot. I missed a spot. And that is unforgivable. So I'm going to just go in and kind of fill in these different sections. Just in the spots that I missed on the previous page. And kind of correct that error, that unforgivable error that I made on the previous page. These things happen. That's the beauty of comics. But yeah, Dylan was like, "How dare thee? How dare thee, sir? How dare you?" Yeah. So anyhow, things have been really good though. Like it's funny because I've been all getting all dark and talking politics and stuff. And to be honest, I haven't been paying as much attention to most of that stuff. Partially because what am I gonna do? Like I can write songs about it. I've noticed at least in the last few years, even talking to people about it, the point it's at right now, pretty much everybody's heard good arguments and made up their minds. And the people that I'd like to convince are so dug in. It's like, it would be equivalent to like trying to convince somebody to leave a cult. And it's like, it's just not going to happen at this point. You can't disgrace or criticize the cult leader. They're just in it. They're in the camp. They're going to like hear what they're going to hear. Facts are not really important. And so at this point, it's like, I'm pretty resigned in the sense, like, I'm not going to I'm not going to change anyone from one aisle to the other, locally. And at the end of the day, I'm going to vote and do what I can, but it's like, that's basically all you can do. You can't like, I don't know. It's like, what am I going to do? So, but I can write music and that's pretty fun and I can speak out about it. So that's pretty fun too. That's like the beauty of having freedom to speak and stuff like that. Dylan said, man, I had a question to ask an experienced artist about my mini comic, but I forgot. Well, if you have any questions about your mini comic, feel free. I will answer them very happily. However experienced I am, and help you out with that. So if you come up with what that is. So anyhow, so that's been actually pretty useful. And I've talked about this with you guys too. It's been a weird year where, things have not been like beautiful on paper. Like if I were to describe like my scenario in the last few years, the last year in particular, to a lot of people, they'd be like, "Oh, that sounds awful," and it's like, it's not. Like I've been happier recently than I've been in years. More inspired, doing a lot more art and stuff like that, and a lot of it's outlook and a lot of it's just like getting into a position where I ethically feel good about what I'm doing, which is, I think, a big difference. Because I think if you don't ethically feel good where you are, it doesn't matter how like good it sounds on paper. It's one of the reasons I think, like, I don't know, like, choosing to kind of take the high ground and stuff can be more rewarding in life. It's not always actually rewarding. Like in our world, quite often bad guys win, right? But it's just a matter of like, for your own soul, it's nice to have kind of a better scenario. I don't know if that makes sense. That may not even make sense. But anyhow, so that's something I've been considering recently. And then I'm coloring like a million flowers here. We'll see how far we get with these. I like the idea of some of these being the same color. And maybe some of them are kind of more orangey. That works. That actually doesn't work though, because like this should be okay. Hold on a second there. All right, now I'm gonna put continuous on and select that. There we go. That was just the only mistake there. Yeah, so it's just been an interesting journey. Oh, he said I'm trying to come up with a coloring medium for my mini comic. The art style I'm doing usually uses watercolor for the setting. I'm definitely not the best at using watercolor. Okay. I mean, well, it sounds like you're saying it uses watercolor, but then you're saying you're not the best at using watercolor, which is is it does it have to be watercolor? If I were you, I'd just practice watercolor. Like if it needs to be watercolor, I would take a lot of tutorials and stuff and get really good at watercolor, or come up with a digital approximation of watercolor, if that's what you're trying to do. Because I think like the neat thing about art, art will kind of dictate what it needs. Even songs do this too, where sometimes like a song will need something that I can't play on guitar yet. So then it's like, well, if the song needs it, I need to figure out it or an approximation of it that's passable. And so I'll level up a little bit as a musician just without like being forced to deal with my limits and maybe push them a little bit. Or being forced to learn a new way or a new approach that works. And I feel like if you need watercolor in your comics, you should do watercolor. Watercolor's fun, man. It's just a weird medium if you're used to working opaquely, because the way you'd work with opaque stuff is a lot different than your approach with transparent work. Because when you have transparencies, it's like you're going to be layering from light to dark, and the other method you're going to be usually working from dark to light. Most people are kind of used to working dark to light. So to work light to dark with paint, and then also to not overdo it, right? Because watercolor is weird. It's kind of unforgiving as a medium too. So it'll kind of let you know if you overworked it. And there's not a lot of, especially with the traditional watercolor, there's not a lot of coming back once you've overworked it unless you mix a lot of media with it. But I wonder if that worked. He said, "Hold on there, Buckaroo. I'm using the rubber hose art style, and they traditionally use watercolor, but I technically don't have to use watercolor since I'm not animating the artwork." Got it. Yeah, I mean, especially like that rubber hose style, a lot of that was like that cell shading stuff. Have you ever tried cell vinyl? If you want to do it like real old school, try doing cell vinyl. I've had friends who really love working in that. You can still order it sometimes too. And you can paint cell vinyl on board, which is really interesting. Rubber hose style though, if you could traditionally watercolor it, that'd be pretty cool. It would look cool, you know? There we go. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. We just have like a million flowers to color, and it's like 1,000,000 degrees outside. Dylan said, I have not heard of cell vinyl. Yeah, cell vinyl is interesting. It's a lot of what they used to do cell shading with for animation. So for that like real flat animated look, it's pretty good. Watercolors are fun though. Watercolors are really fun. If I was going to watercolor something in that style though, I would probably do the layers of watercolor first. Like I would do the drawing first, right? Like get it real tight, like a tight drawing. Then you do your watercolors and then you do your line over it, right? If you're using traditional watercolors, because otherwise if you watercolor over that like thick ink, it's going to bleed into it and not look like what you're trying to make it look like, is what I would guess. But again, take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, because like you can kind of do anything with anything. like art is not a one trick pony where you have to use the same solutions for everything, right? Let's see here. But I like that you're thinking about it and thinking about kind of the approach to it. Another thing I love using is gouache, but gouache is kind of a nightmare for a lot of people. I ended up like growing to like gouache, but after years of hating it. But gouache is a much more kind of radiant version of like a watercolor-ish. It's like an in-between. It's kind of watercolor-ish. It's kind of acrylic-ish. But the trick with that is when you work with gouache, you want to make a consistency that's like milk when you mix water with it. Because if you do anything more than like a milk-like consistency, then it starts being kind of like a cheap, ugly watercolor. And if you do any less than a milk-like consistency, it starts looking like chalky and ugly. So that's kind of a weird medium to use. Dylan was saying might use colored pencil. That could work too. Here's a real good trick: is good colored pencilists will undercoat their colored pencils. Because if you just do colored pencil, even if it's overtoned paper, it ends up having this like kind of graphite texture to it. But you can actually use colored pencils in a way that looks really smooth, where you don't see the graphite-y pencil marks of the color. And the trick behind that is to do tones in either marker or watercolor, and then layer your like very light layers of colored pencil over that to highlight it. And that can that's how a lot of colored pencilists do that like crazy realistic rendering, is by having like underwashes of values of markers or of watercolor. Dylan was saying I might have heard of that trick. Yeah, anyhow, that would help. And then you have texture, but it's not as abrasive as because again, like when you see colored pencil that's just like over white or over a page, sometimes it's a little too textury. And it so that can kind of give you a little more of a base to work with. But yeah, just experiment. What I've done anytime I'm trying a new, even with this comic, I did like 4 different style tests with pages just to make sure I had a rough idea of what I wanted to do, because I knew whatever style I'm stuck with, I'm gonna have to do for forever. Like I figured, if I'm gonna have to do this for 100 and something pages, I better be sure about the style that I'm getting into, right? And so I did like style test sheets, and that's always a good way to kind of get over that hurdle too. Maybe just do a panel, like pencil a panel. You could copy it, just do, photocopy it or scan it and print like 5 versions of that panel. That way you don't have to redraw it over and over again, and then try the different mediums with it and see what works, right? That's a really good way to do it, like a style test. And then Dylan was saying maybe some crayon. Hey, dude, I would love to do a comic in crayon. I like drawing in crayons. I don't know if you've ever experienced. Well, of course you've experienced. Most of us have experienced drawing in crayons. But recently, if you haven't drawn with a crayon, I recommend it. It's really fun. It's really fun to draw with crayons. my kid a couple years back was like drawing a lot with crayons, and I was like, every once in a while I'd sit and draw with him, and I'd be like, man, this is fun. Like I forgot how fun this is. Yeah, Dylan was saying I don't like the new ones, how smooth they look. The older ones seem to have texture. Yeah, and like there's other ways to get that texture too, you know? Like for instance in this, you know, I just kind of have a dithered pencil kind of look and it ends up with a rough texture, right? Um Otherwise it would look kind of like it does when I take the shading off. Um but yeah, there's all sorts of ways to achieve that look. So I don't know. If I were you, I'd do like a test sheet or two. You know, test it out a couple times. Um, you know, in a bunch of different styles and see what you like. And then as you're doing the tests, like kind of note what you're doing while you're doing it. So you still have some experimentation allowed, but you're able to replicate it, right? Because you know, let's say you test something and it's really cool, but you're like, man, I can never return to that because it's a bunch of happy accidents or something. Well, that's not as useful for a commit like a commitment to a work, right? I don't know if that makes sense. Dylan said, I'm definitely trying to stay away from digital art. Yeah, I mean, most of the comics I've done are traditional. So this is the first one I've done that, you know, isn't traditionally inked. Um, and there's a reason for that. I love working traditionally, and I think there's something great about traditional ink and stuff. Traditional art is super fun and challenging, and also in a weird way, it can be quicker, right? So that's bizarre too. But you know what's a good example? Have you, Dylan? Have you ever read *The Eternal Smile* by Derek Kurt Kim and Jing Yang? Derek Kurt Kim did a watercolored comic in that. That's really well done. And it definitely has the texture, like you have watercolor paper and stuff kind of showing through it, but it's like, um, you know, it's a good example of like how you could approach that if you wanted to. There's also an old comic. This is going to date how old I am, but like one of the first painted comics. But I guess one of the first like fully painted comic. I think it might be the first watercolored comic, but maybe not. Um, but uh, but it was called Moon Shadow. Or wait, not Moon Shadow. Oh my gosh, was it called Moon Shadow? Hold on, or was it? Yeah, it was Moon Shadow. Yeah, look it up. Look up Moon Shadow. That was done with mixed media, but mostly watercolor and a little bit of colored pencil. And that is an amazing comic. Um, yeah, I have the graphic novel of that, but Moon Shadow. Look it up online. That's really cool. That's all watercolor. Um, there's some other cool stuff too. Like if you've ever read Mr. Punch by Dave McKeon, he did that in all oil paints. Like he oil painted and then used collage a little bit, but mostly oil paint for an entire comic. And that's pretty incredible too. So there's all sorts of ways, you know, you can do comics. The people who are like limiting the tools that you can use for comics, um, maybe they've found those limits creatively freeing for themselves. Like a good example is like for me, you know, for this book that I'm working on, I had to come up with some limits, but they aren't limits I'd recommend for anyone else. They're just for me to get this done, you know, like, so I have some rules for what tools I can use and what I can't, what's going to be hand lettered, you know, where I'm going to allow myself to use gradients or, you know, um, any sort of shading and stuff like that with the color. And then how thin my line can get, all of that kind of stuff. But that's just for this project because I need some limitations. It's almost like equivalence, like if you're going to sit down and record a song, it's helpful to know what instruments you're going to limit yourself to at first, right? You can always experiment with other stuff. But it's like if you're like, we're going to start with these 4 instruments and see what we can come up with. It's going to give you a little bit more of a starting point than just having every instrument known to man in front of you right? And then almost that could almost be crippling, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but my point is, so limits are good for you to set for yourself, but you don't have to listen to somebody who's going to tell you you couldn't do a comic in crayon. I bet you could make a genius comic in crayon. A good example of that is like, I love Dave Pilkey's stuff. He's the guy who does Dogman. And that guy has a series called Cat Kid Comic Club. And it's like a spinoff of Dogman. And it's so good. And he does comics using claymation. Like he does comics using cardboard. He does comics using all sorts of things. And he teaches kids that you can kind of use anything to make these things. You can make haiku comics and stuff. And what's funny is reading that to my kid, I realized, like, looking at that, I was like, man, there's a lot of like adults, like adult artists who need to read Cat Kid Comic Club just to like loosen up and go, oh, I can use whatever I want, like the limitations are only there to kind of help the person who's doing it, but they're self-imposed. And so like any limitations, when they're helping, cool, keep them. But when they're not, like, yeah, you put those walls there as the artist, you can remove them. I think that's been one of the things that's really helped me with making music recently, is like realizing like the only reason I'm not releasing albums is because I haven't been writing songs. And the reason I haven't been writing songs is because I haven't had time to write songs. But I love writing songs and I love playing music. And then I was like, what if I just spent 15 minutes a day, carving away slowly at this thing? I bet I'd have more than I have now of this thing I'd like to do. And I blink, and now I have two more albums, right? And I'm halfway through a third. Just by doing that, just by being like, you know what I'll do? I'll just sit down and do it. So there's a lot to be said for that, because a lot of people talk big games about everything, and then there's a very small group of people who actually do the thing they say they're going to do. So don't be the person who's like so stuck on your method or the way that you're going to approach things that you halt your progress. Like if you want to make a comic, mini comic or whatever, you want to watercolor it, try it. Do some test sheets, maybe even watercolor it badly. A badly watercolored comic is a million times better than, a guy talking about it, not doing it. Right? Does that make sense? That's my long rant. So my point is, get out there and do it. What do we got? We've got these flowers. I mean, this is going to be what makes this page take like half a century to get done. This is the kind of thing most colorists, when they're flatting, are going to look at and be like, oh no. Like, the whole rest of the page is fine, but like, that basket of flowers sucks, man. That's going to take so long. And it's going to look great if I can do individual ones, kind of retaining some of the cohesion of the color, right? Like repeating colors a little bit. But if I cop out and just make these all one solid color, it's not going to have quite the impact as having like that scatter effect. Dylan said, oh, I've heard of Dogman. Yeah, it's Dave Pilkey, the guy who did Captain Underpants, has a series called Dogman. And I have heard some cartoonists talk crap on Dave Pilkey, but I think those cartoonists are just jealous. It's like, He's so good. He's so good. Like, if you ever read Dogman or Captain Underpants or any of those comics, it's like they're great. And not only that, like, I can barely think of anything except maybe Raina Telgemeier, and Smile and that stuff. That's like getting more kids to read comics, you know? It's like, than like Dogman. Like, Dogman is so good. It's the one comic my son got really into. Like, he was kind of into Sonic, the comics that were being released for Sonic, but like the thing that, even to this day, like, if we're gonna read and he picks a comic that he wants to read, it's gonna be Dogman, 9 times out of 10. Dylan's saying they're just jelly and not wanting to expand their minds. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, they're good. They're good stories for kids. All right, guys, it's getting a little bit into the day, and I think we've been going for over an hour. So I think it's about that magic time to play a trailer and get a refill of water so that I don't dehydrate in the 112 degrees that are going on in our area. And then we'll come back and we'll continue making comics. So what I'll do right now, which is what I always do when I'm coloring, is everything that I've got selected that I'm not working on, I'm going to make magenta. That it's an easy selection to find. And then we're going to play a trailer. And this trailer is going to be Frank Salazar's Adventures at the Library. I'll be right back.
Our heroic adventurers fought orcs, monsters, sorcerers, necromancers. Now they find themselves in front of a mystical library. What shall they find? It's all in the roll of the dice. We've come this far. There's great power behind this door. I can feel it. We just have to get past it. This door is no match for my axe. I shall chop it down. You always want to use brute strength. Why don't you try knocking? We'll try it your way. You may enter. The library is open to all those who seek knowledge. Feel free to look through our tomes. Maybe you'll find the answers you seek. I sense great power here, and it's behind those shelves. Indeed, there are powerful items hidden behind these shelves, but you can only get there through the enchanted words. Do you have those words? I believe I do.
Tremble before the Cremble.
There is great power. Look at that glove. Must be so powerful. That is not where I sense this power. I must get closer. I found them. I found the sacred manuscripts written by Joshua Kemble. Behold, I now possess 2 stories and Jacob's apartment. Please tell us more about 2 stories and Jacob's apartment, and who is Joshua Kemble? Xeric Award-winning cartoonist Joshua Kemble is a freelance artist, graphic designer, and author. 2 Stories is a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. Jacob's Apartment is a coming-of-age graphic novel in the vein of Ghost Road and Fun Home. It weaves together the threads of spiritual faith, identity, purpose, love, and loss to create an engrossing world in which waking and sleeping dreams collide. You have made your choice. The passage is now closed. Wait, can I get that glove? No. Oh. All right, let's go.
So I have to say, we usually do something pretty fun for Independence Day. Like we'll do fireworks or something like that, or go over to a friend's house for barbecue. And like, I did have a really close friend having a barbecue at their house, and was gonna go to that, but it was like the fact that it was like 114 degrees. I don't know about my friends from Arizona what they ended up doing on the 4th, but it was like a pool party, and I was like, I'm not going. Like, I'm not even gonna do a pool. It's just too hot. Like, it's like humans were not meant to be out. The other thing was, again, like prepping classes and stuff like that. It was just not going to happen this year. So we didn't really do much 4th-ish stuff other than our little like in the daytime kind of like birthday celebrations and stuff. But yeah, it was a beast. Dylan said it's supposed to be 111 or 112 in my area today. Yeah, exactly. Like it's gonna be boiling hot. And yeah, that's not gonna be fun. So so we'll have to kind of see how that goes. But yeah, the the weather has been unbelievably bad. We have a ways to go on this page because again, I want to color every single one of these flowers, and that's every panel. So this is probably going to take quite a few hours to color. I'm almost wondering, just so I don't get, this is like that. What was the Scott Lost method? Oh yeah, the Slack method that my good friend Scott Cirkland has been using on Young and the Dead, where you kind of take sections you want to work on, get a little bit of that done, and you just kind of like carve at whatever part of the book you want to work on. I'm wondering if that's going to work for just this page where it's like I have a lot I have to color. Maybe while I'm inclined, I can kind of carve away at like these bigger figures, bigger color areas, and then when that starts getting a little tedious, maybe I'll switch back to doing some of these little flower sections where it's kind of more like brainless, just plug in the color, see what happens kind of stuff. We'll see, but I think that might actually be the way to get through this page. But yeah, it's like Arizona and then this part of California are going to be very difficult for the foreseeable future. But it also makes you realize like people who don't think where you live in the world can dictate how people behave are just ignorant. It's like, to me, if I constantly lived in like the heat like this without air conditioning, man, I think I would either be really sleepy all the time or I would just be extremely angry. Like 9 times out of 10 during the day. It'd be either I'd be sleepy or I'd be really angry. And so I wonder, like did the people who lived in this area before me, is there like, yeah, I just wonder about how that affects how that area played out, the politics of that area and all that kind of stuff. I wonder if, extremely hot areas behave differently than extremely cold areas just because of the effect that it has on a human. It'd be fun to kind of look into that more seriously, actually, to look into how climate, kind of influences human behavior. But I can't imagine it not, because it's like the last week or so, getting work done has been possible, but it's just taking me, much longer than usual to kind of get anything accomplished. And I kind of wonder, yeah, I don't know. But no excuses. We're going to get through this, guys. That's what we do here. We make comics, not excuses, as Frank Salazar says. Dylan said, totally. I'm a reverse bear. I hibernate in the hot seasons and get outside in the colder, cooler seasons. I do not live here. I could not live here if it was the 1800s. Yeah, that's. I think that's actually a really good description. My sleep habits around now just go to like complete chaos. And a lot of it is that where it's like, man, it's really hot during the day. But at night it starts cooling off. And so like my creative side wakes up and I can get stuff done and all of that. So it's tempting to kind of switch to a system where everything's getting done at like, 3 a.m. or something. But yeah, I agree with that. I think if this were the 1800s, I don't know if I'd survive in this area. All right, so we are doing some of this stuff here. I think what I might do is, let's get this big chunk. This is the fun part about working this way, this reductively or deductively way. It's like it's kind of fun because you end up like taking your time at first, and then you hit like big patches like this where it's like a giant chunk of it's done. So at first it feels like I'm not getting a lot accomplished, and then boom, like a big old selection. So it can be kind of meditative to do flats. I know there's some people who like hire other people to do their flats and stuff like that. And I mean, I could kind of see that, but I don't know. I don't know what it is about. For me with comics, one of the appeals is that you have total control over so many of the different elements of it. And I feel like I wouldn't want to give up control of that spot of it, even if it was more practical. Because it's kind of my art. So it's like I want as much of this art to be mine as possible. Like I don't want other people mucking this up. If anyone's going to muck it up, it'll be me. It might be the appeal of doing those like these solo albums too, where it's like, if there's anything wrong on those albums, it's on me because I made everything on them, Dylan said I had an appointment on the 2nd, and the guy who I was seeing said that I'm a reversed bear, and I have used that at least 4 times already this week. I like the word reverse bear. That's a great version. Where you're basically hibernating when bears are awake. And then when bears are hibernating, you're awake. That's actually a great statement. I think I might have to borrow that. Yeah, so we're almost through this panel. And then once I'm done with this page, I have about 3 more pages I have to get done. And if I can, I need to try to get them done this weekend. That would be good. Let's see here. I have a reward system in place. This is a self-discipline thing. I think some people, here's the thing about life. Let me tell you about life, kid. No, like this is something I've found about life. Is that everything worthwhile, I think, is usually going to be a sacrifice. And our wiring is to aim for instant gratification. And so I'll kind of get in depth with that in a second. But it's like, I think like, for instance, even in relationships, right? It's like people go for instant gratification, and that leads to relationships that like come and go, and people who stay in things while they're fun and disappear when they're not. And they kind of bounce from like fun, joy-seeking behavior to fun, joy-seeking behavior, and generally quite often end up in like kind of a miserable spot. or just end up with like really shallow rewards, you know? And I think that, you know, from what I've found, a lot of what I've found beneficial in life requires a lot of self-discipline, like to get done. And so, and art is definitely part of that, where it's like, in order to actually do art, you kind of need to be a little self-disciplined to get things done, to sit down, to really pay attention to it, to kind of stick with it, even when it's not fun. And I think that part of how you do that is like coming up with self rewards. But the reason I was talking about the self discipline thing is I think sometimes people get lost in the rewards and will let them convince themselves to not work. And so a good example of that would be like well, I've worked hard, therefore I've earned this reward, and so I will do this thing. If that's something you find yourself saying more often, more and more often, then you're probably not working hard enough. You know, I don't know if that makes sense. Like sometimes it's good to do, and just kind of grind through it, like the hard stuff, you know. However, you know, you can burn out if you're going too hard, and so coming up with like little systems that reward you for your own self-discipline, I think, are really smart. So I've already kind of preset one for today where if I am able to stay focused and get this page done, I will allow myself 15 minutes of music time to get working on the next song. Partially because the unself-disciplined part of me wants to just do the songs because it's a lot more fun. Right now, that's what I've been feeling, you know. It doesn't feel like work to work on the songs, you know. And so it's tempting when you're getting into something where it's like, man, this is a slog, like this is starting to feel like work, to like switch to something that feels like fun, right? So I caught that instinct in myself and was like, okay, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to finish the flat colors on this entire page. And then if I do that, then and only then am I allowed to have that beautiful joy of sitting down and playing, you know, my new guitar and enjoying that for a little bit. So I have that incentive in place. I also have, like another incentive in place, which is, you know, basically, I can eat when I'm done with this too, because I'm guessing by the time I'm done with this, I'm probably going to be hungry, right? But if I start getting hungry right now, I'm going to be like, "Yep, you can't eat until you get to whatever part." You know what I mean? So it's not the most profound thing, but I think that's how things get done. At least for me, that's how they get done. Because if I try to go the other route and just kind of chase bliss, which I think a lot of people, that's their kind of method of art creation, I think I'll end up with a lot of nothing, or a lot of half-finished things, or a lot of false starts. Because I'll be like, yeah, I don't feel like that, I'm going to do this. I don't feel like that, I'm going to do this. And the problem is, I don't think there's anything in life you're going to always feel like, you know? And I guess my point is, maybe it's not about feeling. Maybe it's about just kind of buckling down and doing. So that's something. Another thing I'm not looking forward to doing today that's going to require self-discipline is working out. I missed a day of working out already. And so now I'm like in that danger zone where if I miss tonight, I'm going to miss tomorrow. And if I miss tomorrow, I'll miss the next day. And it'll be a month. And then I'm going to get back to like losing all the gains I've made. I don't want to do that. So I got to keep that in mind too for tonight. But I feel like a rewarding life is usually going to be hard. not hard like joyless. That's the thing. Like you got to take joy in what you're doing, but it's like hard. Like it's not always going to be the most pleasant thing, and nor should it be. You know, nor should it be. All right, you guys. Dylan was saying discipline is so hard. Yeah, self-discipline is really hard. I think self-discipline is harder than people discipline, you know? If there's somebody else disciplining you, it's like, well, I mean, that's hard, but you don't really have a choice, you know? But it's like, when it's you, it's like, I'm actually choosing this. Like, you know what I mean? It can be rough. But you know, there's obviously a fine line, right? You don't want to be a masochist, but you do need a certain amount of self-discipline, I think, to get anything done in life. Because I think otherwise you're just kind of chasing a dragon that's just forever going to be flying away from you. And then you're going to be like, why don't I have a dragon? Why didn't I get, like, you know what I mean? Ba, 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 ba. Okay, let's get some of these guys done real quick. I'm gonna get some of the easy stuff knocked out on this, just to feel some quick wins after that flower bed of doom. So I'm just gonna get this this tent that's in the background knocked out, because that's like 3 colors, big areas. But here's the other thing that's been an interesting change in the last year. I've talked about this ad nauseum, but it's like, I do enjoy this, and I even enjoy the challenge of my wandering mind wanting to do other things, you know, and having to quash that and fight it. It's kind of a fun challenge. And I will say this, it feels really good when you overcome all that distraction. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like the hell of hitting the gym when you haven't in a while, but you feel good after because you're like, yeah, I did it. Like, I did it. That puts me in a space of somebody who's a doer, not just a sayer, you know? Dylan was saying, he said, I hate that some of these sayings are used a lot by far-right Republicans. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, I don't think it's used in the right way in those senses, you know? Even that whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps, like the original quote of that was a joke, because no one can pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Like, even back when people had bootstraps, it was a physical impossibility. You know, I think there's a fine line between saying you need to help yourself, which I think is true, and also acknowledging that sometimes we need help. You know, sometimes we actually need somebody to give us a hand, or a word of support, or financial support, or, you know, like to act as a padding for when we fall, you know. Yeah, because I don't think everybody's starting from the same starting grounds, right? Nor is everybody starting from the same rational capacity or mental capacity, you know? Like a good example of this is like, if you're doing academic stuff, right? there's going to be a different level for each person. There's some people who are going to take to reading really easily, and some of that has to do with socioeconomic backgrounds, like they grew up being read to, and like they've had advantages, that they didn't earn. It's like they were born into families that read them books and had books around the house and stuff like that. And so, just by the nature of that, they're more familiar with books. Therefore, books are a little easier. You know, that's not to say that somebody with that kind of background wouldn't, as a kid, have to work a little harder to read sometimes. Oh man, I lost my selection there. It's just to say that they might have to work a little less hard than somebody who's coming from a background where they've never had a book around. They haven't had people around them reading. They haven't had access to books. They haven't had encouragement to read. They haven't been read to. And then expecting that person coming from that background to talk to a person coming from the other background and have the same expectations is it's almost immoral, even though for both, it will require self-discipline and hard work, but it's like for the person who's had everything to look at the person who's had nothing and be like, well, I mean, just, do it yourself. That's what I did. It's like, that's not really fair. However, just having self-discipline, I think that can be a good thing for people to have in general, in life. I think most things that are worth it are going to require a little bit of work, a little bit of hard work, a little bit of sacrifice. But yes, that in itself shouldn't be an excuse to be a jerk to people who need help, because again, that's another thing in life. There are times in life where you're not going to be able to do it yourself, and it's good for you to lean on people and reach out when you need help, because we're not in a cocoon. We're not in our own little bubble. And if you think you're in your own cocoon, you're going to feel pretty shocked when that thing breaks and you're having to deal with externalities, right? We're getting there, guys. We're getting there slowly and surely. Getting through this page. But I will say, if I could always feel just permanently inspired where things were super easy all the time, that would be pretty cool, if every time I did work or creative work, it just felt like, as fun as it's been feeling the last bit for me to work on music. Working on music's been so fun. I mean, how cool would it be if that was everything, everything I was doing was that enjoyable and just flowed that easily. But you got to wonder, would that keep things interesting? Like a video game where every level's really easy to beat. Do those feel good to those feel good to play, or after a while they just feel like you feel kind of complacent, right? Because you're like, I don't know. Yeah, I got to this level. Anyone can get to this level. Dylan was saying we used to have a great sense of community thousands of years ago to where we could feel comfortable sharing the burden. Kind of. I think people have been pretty terrible for this is me being wild, but it's just, I think human beings have been pretty selfish and awful for a long, long period of time throughout history. But I do think there are some areas where, people's idea of community were a little better, And I think in the last few years, maybe some of those have been tested, or maybe in the benefit of gaining some community support, we've lost some others. Um, you know, I don't do the best, with community stuff myself. It's like I'll definitely, I definitely have a side of me that's like the side that lived in Long Beach, where it's like you don't really know your neighbors, like you don't really talk to your neighbors. Like, yeah, you can help out your neighbors and stuff like that, and maybe give your neighbor a heads up if like somebody was like lingering around their property or being kind of weird. But in general, it's like, yeah, we're not going to talk to each other. We're just going to all kind of exist and keep our doors locked. There's a little bit of that. There's a little bit of that in my personality for sure. Um, that's like the curmudgeon that like wants to just stay at home and do everything myself. So I think I have struggles with that, like relying on other people for things. But I've definitely in the last few years come to terms with the fact that I just can't do everything. And when you try to do everything, it doesn't usually bode well. Didn't work out well for me trying to do everything. Okay, we have now gotten a little further. I don't know if I like that being there. I mean, technically that would be her neck, but it's just an awkward line. So I think I'm going to do that as hair. And then I think that'll just have to work. But it is like the billion degrees that have been going on out here have been making the self-discipline even more challenging. All right, what do we got here? And I'm just doing as much as I can right now of just kind of reducing what's going to have to be color filled in a bit. Let's see here. Definitely going to make this selection here. So there's a couple people watching live now. I wonder what everybody's up to. What are you guys working on? It sounds like, Dylan, you were working on a mini comic. How soon are you going to do it? And what do you want to do it about? Be fun to kind of hear about that. All right, let's see here. See how far we can get. It's a weird way of working this way that I'm working. But I like it, and I do find that it kind of goes pretty fast. If there weren't so many little details on this page, I think I'd probably do the deselecting that I'm doing here on every panel for these colors. So we'd kind of get one knocked out each panel. And gradually that does get a lot done. But I think when you're dealing with pages that have this many little things like all those flowers and stuff like that, it's kind of winds up being slightly easier to just do it panel by panel and not like bulk it up to the whole page at a time. Okay. We have this. I want to find... I know that I have a... Yes, there's my gold tone. Let's see. We've been going for almost 2 hours now. That's pretty exciting. So I'm probably going to play another trailer as I head to playing a trailer while I'm working on getting her skin tone taken care of. I rely on you guys hitting that like button and that subscribe button and that bell to get out the word for this stream and also help spread the word for my books and stuff and my music and my other arts. And so if you haven't yet, hit the like button. It really helps out a lot and does help spread the word and helps people who have otherwise not heard of my stuff to find my stuff. And it helps build our little community. And so that would be greatly appreciated if you take the time to quickly click that like button. Let's get this done. Getting this, and then we'll take another commercial break, which is kind of perfect because, again, like I said, it's like 112 degrees outside, so I'm going to be burning through water pretty quickly. And we'll do one more little selection here because that's a pretty good stopping point. And then I will do my little magenta thing. And we'll play a trailer. I think this one is going to be the Jim Lujan trailer. And that is Home Shopping Kemble. I'll be right back.
Well, thank you, Colleen. I hope your daughter Kelly does well at North Carolina State this year. Well, we got another caller on the line. Elizabeth from Phoenix, Arizona. Elizabeth, what can we do for you? Are you ready to do some shopping, girl?
Oh, yes, Terry. I am ready to do some shopping today. I'm interested in that 2-book set you have. 2 Stories and Jacob's Apartment.
Oh, well, that's a great choice.
In fact, I bought these books before. I gave a set to my grandson, Hunter. These books are amazing.
Well, they sure are, and if you buy both of them, you really get the whole feel of the whole Joshua Kemble universe. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do, Terry. These books are remarkable because, for one, you can take them anywhere. You could put them in your car, and you can go to the park or the river. We've gone to the river. My husband Taylor and I, we just love it. And I murdered my husband at the river. Yeah, I did. But these still are amazing books.
All right, I'm back. Dylan said he's back. He said he just arrived home. His dad just arrived home from dialysis. Okay, I hope he's doing all right. That can be rough. That process can be pretty brutal. Well, what we're doing is we're basically coloring the page 113 of Not Death But Love, The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. I'm just kind of shooting the breeze, talking about our 4th of Julys and like what we've been working on and thinking about and stuff like that. And trying to stay sane while coloring a million little flowers. And so right now, I think I'm going to dip into the flowers just a little bit because the Robert stuff will be pretty easy. But if I can knock out some of these, that might be kind of fun. So I think I'll have this one be orange. Orange. And we'll kind of see where we get from there. I will say I'm really excited about Jim did a Hey Man, How's Your Movie Going? Where he had Paul Pate on. And they were talking about the progress of his newest movie that he's working on. And it looks really cool. It looks so neat, like all of the work that he's putting into it. Dylan said, I'm in the planning stage at the moment. I have a few characters so far. He said, I have a few story ideas. It seems to be Avengers meet Monster Squad, maybe. Takes place in Salem. Ooh, nice. Is it going to be like Salem during the witch trials kind of Salem, or is it going to be like modern Salem? Because I instantly think of like the Salem witch trials and stuff. That would be an interesting setting in Salem. Let's see here. You know what's sad? Like, I've never been to Salem. I've never actually checked it out. I always thought that would be really cool to see. Let's get this part done. Just going to do little chunks at a time, right? Little chunks at a time. Have you guys ever seen What About Bob? I feel like when I'm working on comics, I become Bob every once in a while. We're in like baby steps. Baby steps to the baby steps to getting the flowers colored. Anyhow. Dylan said, it's not going to be the time of the trials, but I'm sure... I'm not sure what the time will be. That's one of the issues. Well, I mean, you can always make it the present, you know? The present, like the thing that's beautiful about comics is if you write something about today, by the time you finish it, it'll be like a decade later, you know? Like, so go ahead and make it current and it'll be retro by the time you get it done. That's actually the trick behind historical fiction. I actually started this comic in the Victorian era. And it was really fresh and contemporary at that time. But, you know, now 100 pages later, it's, you know, a couple centuries have passed and now it's historical fiction, you know? But yeah, or pick a time you're really interested in, you know? Time can have something to do with the plot, but whatever time you pick should kind of service the plot, right? Like if you're having an action story where you don't want everyone to have a cell phone, that's a good example, right? Like I've heard that that's a real challenge for people writing modern horror, where it's like you usually have to come up with some gimmick or device to like why people don't have cell phones, you know, like, or cell phone access, you know, because a lot of horror back in the day was the idea of like, you know, like a good example is like The Shining, you know, it's like you're out in the snow and like the phone lines have been cut. You're in this like crazy, like isolated environment. But, you know, imagine The Shining where they have cell phones that get decent reception. It's not much of it's not quite as scary. I mean, it's still scary and you could still come up with a gimmick where it's like the reception went out. But it's like, really, the reception went out and he cut the phone lines and all this happened. You know, it's a step further from believability. So if you're going to have any sort of element where you need people isolated or whatever, just ruling out the possibility that everybody's got a communication device, you know, gets rid of that. But then again, the beauty of cell phones is you don't need the Game of Thrones thing. The Game of Thrones things like, the crows or whatever, the ravens that are going to allow everybody to know what's going on in different parts of the world. Because otherwise, if it was true to like a medieval kind of landscape, you would have, months pass before anybody knew what was happening in different parts of the world. And so like these things would play out like a lot slower because, just information wasn't traveling that quickly. So whatever method you're going to do that, like for me, especially if you're going to do like a comic with, action and superheroes and stuff like that, it's like, you want to, it might help you isolate the time frame just by figuring out how do you want people to be able to communicate, because there can be an advantage to the cell phone and there can be a disadvantage. But the cell phone in general is going to be a real big either benefit or negative in the creation of a story. Oddly enough, So we'll do one of these is going to be blue. Yeah, Dylan's saying, I don't know if I want cell phones. Yeah, and like cell phones have a big advantage though too, right? Where again, like you can have everybody know what's going on or have the ability to know or find out what's going on really quickly. Whereas, the second you take cell phones out of the equation, then like now you have to come up with ways if you want characters that are in disparate locations to like know what's going on. Like are they going to go to pay phones? Are phones even going to exist at this point? That kind of thing. But yeah, I feel like communication is going to can be a really valid reason to pick a time period. Or is it in the future? Is it going to be a futuristic story? We're getting there, guys. Right now, I'm kind of vibing with the flower coloring. It's taking a while, but I'm kind of in the zone. I'm in the let's flat color some flowers and zone out kind of mode. But I think I might, after I get to this side of her hand, have to kind of switch it up and start coloring Robert just to kind of keep my interest there. Because the other thing I don't want to do is start getting super sloppy with the colors of the flowers. Plus, I also might want to know where Robert's going to be in this as well in a second. You know what I just realized I did with the there's something I need to fix. Something I would like to fix. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna fix some of the line art here because I don't like her having a ring there actually, because her ring finger should be where that ring is. So I think I just made the mistake of putting the ring on that finger and it shouldn't be. So I'm gonna actually erase that ring. We're getting rid of that ring. I didn't like it, so I'm taking the ring off it. You see what I'm saying? That was me trying to reference Beyonce inversely. All right, there we go. Boom, ring gone. Now it's a member of the Beatles there. A strange member of the Beatles. Ring gone. Ring gone star. Dylan was saying, I'm not sure if I want to learn lingo from that time, and that's one of the reasons why it might be current time. He said the MC is a witch and her friends fight supernatural phenomenon. Her friends will be a black cat, Frankenstein, Dracula, and maybe a werewolf, maybe a ghost. I need 6 characters. Werewolf is another song I'm going to have to write. I'm going to have to... I thank you for bringing up werewolf. I almost forgot werewolf. How could I forget werewolf? I think that's going to be hard because there's already one of the perfect werewolf songs from 30 Rock, which was Werewolf Bar Mitzvah. That was an amazing song. If you haven't seen that, look it up. It's very funny. It's a Werewolf Bar Mitzvah. And it's like werewolf bar mitzvah, spooky, scary, boys becoming men, men becoming wolves. It's so dumb. But I love it. All right. Anyhow, maybe I can just cover that song. That's been one of the fun things about approaching the music thing, though, where I've been approaching it very improvisationally, where I have 15 minutes and I need to make those count. And so wherever my guitar leads, that's where we go. and then from there, it's like, if I can kind of tie it into a theme, that's great. But like wherever that melody leads from wherever that guitar led, it's very like improvisational, and it's fun. It leads me to areas I wouldn't quite expect. So that's the thing. Like I know I probably am going to need a werewolf song, but I have no idea what the direction of that will be until I really boil it down and record one and go, oh, okay, here's the werewolf one, you know? All right, let's see here. Got this. Let's get some of this nonsense knocked out. We're going to start with a ring. Robert's ring. That actually sounds pretty cool, though. Yeah, Dylan was saying it could be about a politician that promised something but changed to the opposite. Yeah. That's true. It could be about changing in the moonlight. It could be about my curse. You know, I'm a very hairy human. And this has been a blessing and a curse my whole life. Where this beard will grow in a month. Like if I shaved it off, it would be this beard in a month. And so my beard is literally, it's partially a choice, but a lot of it is just kind of me finally giving up the battle of the beard. And the hair won. I finally got old enough where I'm like, fine, you win. Like, so I don't know if I can somehow tie that into a theme of a song. We'll see. All right. It could be a song about letting out your instincts and accepting your instincts. That's true. My son was really obsessed with werewolves for a little bit. He just thought they were so cool. He would always want to play these games where we pretended to be werewolves and like that the moon had come out and we all are going to become like a werewolf family. And I think it was partially cool because my kid really likes wolves. Like he thinks wolves are really rad. And so the idea of like a person who's like both a person and a wolf was just really cool to him, you know? So I think if my son had like a favorite of the monsters, it might have, at least at a point, it was definitely werewolves. And then I think that kind of story has an appeal to kids. Like I think that's one of the things that was appealing about the Hulk, like the Incredible Hulk story, or like the original Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I think there's something about that nature, especially when you're a kid and you're kind of struggling to have self-control over yourself, self-discipline, that kind of thing. You kind of recognize that like there's like two parts of you. There's the part of you that wants to behave and be civil, and then there's the part of you that's a wolf that wants to just like flip out and break things and freak out and get angry and all this stuff. So I think for a kid, I think for kids, characters like the Hulk or like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde or werewolves, you know, these characters that transition, you know, into a monster from being really civil. I think that's really appealing to, you know, adults as well. But I think there's something about that really speaks to kids, because that is kind of the struggle of being a kid, where you're trying to kind of do good, but you also haven't developed a lot of the tools, you know, to kind of function. And so you're kind of like, each kid is like a little Hulk or a little, you know, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, or a little werewolf, you know? So that might be kind of partially why those are like relatable characters, you know? And then I think adults relate to that too, right? We all have like the darker side of ourselves, you know, or I think most people have like an idea of like holding back their baser instincts, you know? And so those characters are kind of universal, but I do feel like there is something about, you know, because when I was really little, Hulk was really cool. You know? Dylan was saying, yeah, I get that. Yeah. You know. But it was pretty cute. Yeah. The werewolf thing is pretty interesting. Yeah, the only other problem about writing a song about werewolves is there's a lot of great songs with werewolves. There's like Werewolves of London or whatever. Ow. Yeah. So whatever angle I take, if I do a werewolf song, it's got to be a little different. A little different. Maybe I'll make it about one of my dogs. All right. We're getting there, guys. It's taking quite a while to get this page done, but not as long as it could. You know, you're always in a pretty good position if you're like, well, that wasn't as bad as it could be. I guess it could have been worse. I don't know. I always like these market scenes are always a nightmare. One of the funniest things in freelance was if you ever got hired to do like a store aisle, you know, and you had to draw like a bunch of items on like a store aisle, and then you were going to have to flat them later. You're like, oh no. Oh no. What did I just get myself into? Man, it is crazy the heat here though. Cause like it's funny, we have the AC running, you know, it's not, you know, hotter than, it's 70 something in the house, you know. But it's like it's still so dry and hot that I can feel the moisture like leave my body. And it's like it's going to be necessary to just be drinking water all day. And it is funny because I just looked down at the glass that I got, like maybe 20 minutes ago, and it's like almost empty. It's like, wow, that's crazy. Oh, Dylan was saying, oh, I remember my question. Okay, cool. He said, you know how Frankenstein's monster has never lived? Do you think he should be able to get possessed or immune to possession? Oh, if you could possess Frankenstein. Like, can possession possess the dead is kind of, or the living dead? Well, that's going to be like a mythological thing. You got to figure out what kind of myth you want to do. Because aren't there like in science fiction and fantasy, there's things like necromancers. They can, pretty much possess the dead. And if we're talking about possession, like possession by demons or something like that, I don't know. That's an interesting question. Can they possess things that are unliving? And then if they could possess like a living dead thing, like a Frankenstein, can they possess the dead? It's interesting. Those are good questions. The beauty of fiction and mythology, though, is you can kind of decide what your rules are and then don't break them. I have to admit, there was a point in time where I really wanted to write a vampire story. Vampire stories do seem like they'd be really fun to write. But even with that, you have to kind of figure out like which vampire world are you going to live in. I always felt like, to me, the one thing I didn't like about like the Anne Rice kind of version of vampires and stuff was the idea that half the threat of vampires in a book about vampires is how quickly they could spread, right? You know what I mean? Like early vampire lore, a lot of why there were vampire hunters and why they felt really driven was it was almost like fighting a pandemic. You know what I mean? Like where all they had to do was like drink your blood and you'd become a vampire. They didn't need some like special, ceremony to kind of make you a vampire. No. You were a vampire if you were bit. And so it was like the scary part, the second tier. The first tier was, of course, nobody wants their blood drunk or whatever. But the other fear was just the idea of like, wow, they'll actually take over humanity, And so I felt like some of the vampire lore that got rid of that element of it, the idea that like if you got bit, you became a vampire. I felt like that kind of took away a lot of the broader threat of vampirism or whatever. Philip was saying, I have AC, but I don't run it too much just because it really jacks up our electric bill, but I run it in short spurts. Yeah. Yeah, we run it, but not a ton. Although this time of year, if we didn't run it, we'd probably die in our area. So we definitely have to run it a little bit. But we definitely don't run it like full, crank because we're not millionaires. Like fully cranked up or whatever. But it's like, even with the AC running, mildly, it's not running like heavily. But even with the AC running mildly, just the weather's been that kind of weather. Where it's, whew, man, it is getting there. Dylan was saying we have solar panels, so our bills are non-existent. Yeah, it'd be fun to get solar panels. That is something I should look into. All right, we're going to get there, guys. Just get through these flowers. Philip was saying, I wish I could do that, but I live in an apartment. Yeah, and And the problem is like like we're in a house, but it's like, that costs money. And then if you do like one of those deals with the solar companies, I don't know, it's so funny. They have like some of those solar companies have some real shady contracts where, it'll seem like it's not going to cost you anything. And then you end up paying like installments for a long time on them, or giving up like the rights to like part of your mortgage. It's kind of crazy when you look into like how some of those companies work. But it is something I would like to eventually have done. Dylan said, we got our solar panels 3 years ago. That's awesome. Yeah, and I definitely believe in that in principle too, because then you're kind of adding energy to the grid rather than just kind of, speaking of vampires, you're being less of a vampire. Right? Okay. Let's see here. Philip, have you ever thought about writing like a fantasy with monsters or vampires or Frankensteins or werewolves? We've been talking about classic monsters a little bit. So we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Taking the slow ride to get this done. And I think we'll finish this panel pretty soon, which is good because I do need to get more water in a second. I would like to get some water. Please, sir, could I have some water? Dylan said, I think Dracula might be into underground goth clubs and mostly feeds off willing blood. I love the idea of like a very optimistic Dracula. He's not really goth at all. He's like really into see, now I'm blanking out on who's like a really big pop star right now who would be like the opposite of goth. Taylor Swift, how about that? I think that's what I think modern Dracula would actually exceed people's expectations. He'd wear like really colorful rainbow outfits and be really optimistic and happy and hang out with like really positive people and be all into like self-help books and stuff and like go to TED Talks and listen to Taylor Swift. That's my version of Dracula. And all the goths feel really depressed because he's just like, yeah, I'm not really into those clubs. There's some goth kid who meets Dracula. He's all excited. He's like, man, I am such a fan. I am such a fan. I've wanted to be a vampire forever. And he's like begging him to bite him. He's like, I want you to make me a vampire. And the guy's like, yeah, I'm just not really into goth. Sorry, kid. He's like, what? Well, you don't like KMFD? Like, you don't like Skinny Puppy? No, I'm not really an industrial guy. That would be hilarious to me. I just love the idea of a goth meeting Dracula, and Dracula reveals that he doesn't really like the Cure, and they're like, crap, it's over. The world's done. The only overlap would be he really does like Meatloaf, you know? Like he's a really big fan of Meatloaf. You know what I found out recently, speaking of Meatloaf? I was just curious, every once in a while, being from my generation, whether for good or ill, and sometimes it's fun, and sometimes it's like a horror movie, where I'll be sitting around and I'll, just be doing something normal, like eating cereal or just something, where there's not really necessarily a reason for this to just randomly occur. But because of my age and my generation, every once in a while, I'm sitting there every now and then, and I'll have a part in my head go, turn around. And then I'm like, every now and then I get and next thing you know, I'm singing Turn Around Bright Eyes. And it's just like, it's forever embedded in my head, whether I like it or not. That can be really fun if I'm out at karaoke and you want to rock out. Every now and then I fall apart, right? But it can be also horrific because it's a pretty wild song. Anyhow, so that happened to me the other day where I was sitting around. Yeah, I think I was just eating breakfast cereal and then I just had every now and then I fall apart come into my head, and I was like, oh no. But then I had a moment of realizing that so I looked it up. Like, I looked up more information on that song, like, because this is what you do if you're like weird like me. So I was like, how did that song get made? Right? Like, what is that song supposed to be about? All of that. So I go down the rabbit trail of that, and it turns out that there's this dude who wrote it who was writing a Dracula musical. Like, it was going to be a musical about vampires. And that song was like a vampire love song. And he wrote it for Meatloaf originally. And I was like, I can't even believe that. Oh, Dylan said you should check out Dracula, a comedy of terror. I've never seen that. There was a movie a long time ago that I loved called Dracula, Dead and Loving It, and it was like a parody movie. It's very silly. It had Renfield fall down the stairs. Like, he was like walking down the stairs, and then he trips and falls down the stairs, and each time he hits a stair, he goes A-E-I-O-U. And then when he gets to the very bottom, he goes, and why? It's so good. But anyhow, so when I heard, yeah, Philip was saying I could see Meatloaf singing that. Yeah, when I read that, I was like, that actually makes that song make so much sense. That it's like it was written for a musical about Dracula that was supposed to be sung by Meatloaf. Because in my mind, if I had never heard that song, right, and somebody said musical Dracula Meatloaf, I feel like that song would just naturally evolve. Like, like that song just is that. It does sound like everything in that description. It's like, yeah, that does sound like a musical about Dracula starring Meatloaf. That's just instantly what I would think of. Yeah. So anyhow, but Philip, do you get the turn around bright eyes moments too, where whether you like it or not, it's just gonna happen? I feel like there's just a certain generation that where you're just kind of cursed with it. Like, it's gonna come out every once in a while. Out of nowhere, out of the ether, as often as like the Clapper commercial, where it's just like, it's just embedded in our deeper psychology. Philip was saying, I wonder how Bonnie Tyler ended up with the song. So I think what happened was there was some kind of snafu. The musical never got finished. And then I think that Meatloaf's manager or somebody refused the song. Like, initially they were interested, and then when they heard the song, they refused the song. So then the guy who was writing the song is like a songwriter, and when musicians are buying songs to sing, he's like, oh, I got these songs available. And Bonnie Tyler was shopped the song and was like, basically loved it. And they decided to do the song for her. So that's how it ended up happening, from what I read online. So take it with a grain of salt, but yeah, that was really interesting to me because, again, that just all popped into my head because of that random song that is embedded in my psyche, whether I like it or not. Yeah. All right, we're getting there, guys. We've almost finished the entirety of this. And again, for this page, it's just gonna have to have, like, each flower needs to have some color, some detail for this to really work and look nice. We're getting closer, though. A little bit closer every now and then. Yeah, Dylan was saying total eclipse of the heart. Yes. Total eclipse of the heart. So anyhow, that was interesting. There's songs like that where I can't even decide whether I like them or not. Like, I think I like that song. I think I actually like that song. I think I can actually vibe with that song. And I think it might be just because it's like, it's not like it's trying to be a different kind of song. It's just, it kind of is authentically sort of terrible and kind of embracing it. It's like, it is a, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. It's like, I don't think that song was trying to not be really over the top and cheesy. That's why it feels like Meatloaf, you know? It definitely feels like a Meatloaf thing. Because I feel like that's part of the Meatloaf charm is you know, when you're if you're going to listen to Meatloaf, you're listening to an opera of comedy and error and drama, you know? It's like, that's part of it. Let's see here. Philip was saying, I remember when it came out in the 80s and I absolutely loved it. I still enjoy it, even though it's over the top. Me too. I do too. That's what I'm saying. I think I actually like it. It is over the top, but I think that's the charm of it is, it really should be, it just wouldn't quite be, like, if it wasn't over the top, I don't know if it would be as good. I think that's part of the charm of it is it is the dramatic nature of it. All right, here we go. And I'm going to go ahead and there we go, guys. We have finished 2 panels in the page from hell. And it looks good. It looks good because I've colored all the flowers, right? It wouldn't look as good if I hadn't colored all those flowers. Dylan said, I found a game creator site and I'm going to use, and a booklet I'm going to use is 3.5 by 5. Max pages is 40. So not sure if the story is going to be monthly or just one booklet. I don't know. Oh, Philip said Tori Amos did a cover of it. I don't think I've ever heard that. All right. I'm going to color this magenta, and then I'm going to put on a trailer, and I will be right back. If you guys haven't yet, hit that like button. And that way you get notifications. Also the bell so you get notifications when we're about to go live. I'm gonna get a refill of water and play you a trailer. This time we're gonna play Kids Say Kemble.
We know the Georgia kids say the craziest thing.
So, little Susie, do you have any brothers or sisters? I understand you're in 3rd grade. How do you like that? Do you like your teacher? You like to do a lot of fun things at school? You got any hobbies, Susie? Any things you like to do when you're not in school? I hear you like to read.
Well, right now I'm reading 2 stories written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It grapples with faith and mental illness. It's ultimately a story about redemption. It's a savage piece of writing. Also, I just finished up Jacob's Apartment, another one by Kemble. Jacob's Apartment weaves together elements of spiritualism and relationship dynamics, as well as atheism, and all the while it deals with abandonment and loyalty. It's a fierce, fierce read.
Do you like ponies?
All right, guys, we're back. We're back. Philip said that looks really nice, Josh. Thanks. Yeah, the first 2 are looking pretty good. Pretty good. Now we just have to get through the rest. The rest of this beast. And again, it's just going to require self-discipline to stay in the game on this. There's a couple people here. I want these figures to kind of have similar costumes to the ones that are here. So, but I also want to just do the white on the character. So let's get into this panel now. Pow. He said, if I may ask, what's the purpose of setting the magenta? So it's like a placeholder, Philip. So it's basically like when I'm doing my selections, the colors that I haven't touched yet, I just want to have a default color that I fill them with. That's easy to select from, to select all of the colors from. That differentiates itself from other ones. Dylan said, I bought the art book for the game Cuphead as a reference for my comics since it's in the rubber hose style. Yeah, that's not a bad reference. If you're doing rubber hose too, checking out the old Fleischer cartoons would be really good too. As well as early Felix the Cat. I think a lot of that is really cool in there. Early like Disney, like Steamboat Willie, is great for that style as well. But I love that rubber hose era. And I do feel like Cuphead, they just authentically really hit that note. I think my kid was asking for something, so let me go check and see what's going on. Let's see. Okay, real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. Philip was saying, "Oh, I wasn't sure if I was just seeing if the contrast worked or if you just needed a base to set the mood." Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, for me, it's just more of anytime you need a default color, it's either usually going to be cyan or magenta because it's usually not a color you're going to be using to fill your colors with. I want to get this lady entirely, actually. But I also, she's a little different than the previous lady. I just wanted her to kind of blend a little bit similarly. Not sure about these colors. Yeah, I think like browns might be good. It's yeah, Philip was saying Cuphead is really interesting. I'm not a video game player, but I really like that style and I like how it looks like it was made in the 30s. Yeah, me too. I love that style. There was a whole time in animation where and Philip might remember this, but it's like there was a time where I think almost every animator I knew turned me on to the old rubber hose stuff because a lot of them were working in studios that wouldn't let them use that style. Like they were stuck, they were like relegated to animation that wasn't allowing animators to do some of the things that make animation so magical. One of the big things being squash and stretch, which like rubber hose style is all about squash and stretch. Like if you watch like the old Popeye cartoons, which are a great example of rubber hose, right? It's like Olive Oil's legs like wiggle and wobble and like it's great. It's like that, arms can wiggle and stretch and like they aren't kind of bound by human anatomy. And there's a sense that they're kind of bound by anatomy, like for some consistency, but it's like, they could do fun cartoon things that like, bodies can't do and stuff. And then there was this kind of Disneyfication that happened, and I don't mean like early Disney because early Disney was squash and stretch rubber hose as well, but it's like the later era of Disney where suddenly cartoons were bound by physics of like humanity, and don't get me wrong, like I do really reality based art and stuff, so it's like I'm not against that, but the fact that that was dominating the industry for so long, when one of the things that makes animation so great is the fact that it's not bound by reality. And, if a character's arm wants to stretch half a mile, maybe it can, like, it's so anyhow, point being, there was an era in time where that was kind of like not looked at very highly, like the squash and stretch stuff. And I think that up until about like maybe Ren and Stimpy might have been kind of one of the early returns to some squash and stretch and some real fun animation, and I think yeah, Philip was saying, yep, it was a progressive and learning period in animation, but most studios wanted to feel like they were moving on from that. Now they seem to be embracing it again. Yeah, I've definitely seen an embrace of it. But the Cupheads, what's funny is a lot of the stuff, some of the stuff I've seen that's embracing it is kind of like derivative, like it doesn't feel unique. But there's something about the Cuphead one where it's like it's so authentic. It's like so authentic. Like you can tell that creator. Like I'd like to own that Art of Cuphead book because there's something really beautiful about the art. Like it's real authentic. You can tell there's a real love for it, and it's not just this is trendy right now kind of thing. And so that's something that I think I'd like to eventually get into. We're gonna get into more of getting this done, but we'll kind of have to see how that goes. How this plays out. What is going on in the chats? I want to check, but I also need to finish this selection. But yeah, that Art of Cuphead book looks really inspiring, and I'm kind of in a similar boat to Philip, where it's like I'm not really a gamer. I like really old NES games, and I'll video game for like one day a year, or I'll play things like Risk that are like old man games, but I don't do video games a lot or gaming a lot, and so. Yeah, seeing the Art of Cuphead, and then also that cartoon, which my son really enjoyed on Netflix, which I think is excellent. Like, it's so well done. Like, if people haven't watched Cuphead the cartoon, if you want to see just some amazing animation, check it out. It's great. It's so fantastic. And again, like all the character designs and the plots and everything just really feel authentic to that era. It doesn't feel like a slap in the face to that era either, where it's like, like parody that's almost too self-aware is just not always that great. I don't know if that makes sense. There's just something really authentic about it. It's an expression of love for that style and era. Dylan was saying that's why I love 2D. You can't really do that with 3D, to my knowledge. They created the game in a traditional way, and they hand painted almost everything. Yeah, that's what I've heard about the game. I know for the animation on Netflix, I think the original intent, because I think it's the creator behind the game, is heavily involved in that. And I think the original intent was that they would cell shade and do everything originally, like in the old school way. And then production schedule for a TV show, it just didn't work out. So they found ways to really mimic that look. So it's not quite as authentic as the game on the cartoon. But the nice thing is everything they do on the cartoon is very masked. So you can't tell the stuff that was traditionally done versus the stuff where they're using digital elements. And I feel like that's a really good example of a very good modern cartoon where it's doing a lot of traditional animation. It's not all traditional animation. They're definitely cheating some stuff, but it's like it's close enough and it's so much further from like most modern animation. And then Dylan was saying, yeah, the creators are brothers and they grew up watching old cartoons. That makes sense. Yeah, it definitely just has that that beautiful vibe to it. Yeah, I like the TV series a lot. It's great. There's actually a scene on a steamboat that I think is one of the funniest ones ever. It's like these mobster characters that run a local ferry. And I think a lot of the characters are from the game. I think if I played the game, I may like it less because I've heard it's supposedly one of the hardest games ever made. That's what I've heard. I have heard that it is one of the hardest games ever made to beat. I talked to somebody who beat it, and they said it had taken them like an entire year of playing it or something to beat the game. But I think I just like the art in it, so. But I've heard the gameplay's masterful too. Like it's just a really, really well done thing. So I don't know, but it is always fun to see. It's fun to see art win out in areas like that where if it was like a massive studio and it wasn't an indie game, that the likelihood of something like that seeing the light of day is pretty slim. But the beauty of things like that being independently successful is it kind of forces the bigger companies to kind of embrace this more revolutionary thing. Another example I think of that isn't quite as authentically Rubber Hose, but was definitely influenced by like Squash and Stretch, was Adventure Time. I remember the first time I saw Adventure Time, it was on, I think it was back when I was in college, and Cartoon Network used to have these shorts. So they'd like produce a short, and Adventure Time was like a short. I'd have to look into it, but from what I understand, I think it was just one episode, and it was made by the creator of it, and it was very different and wild, and wasn't intended to be a series, at least, or wasn't originally a series. It was just this short that went viral online, and then it was played on Cartoon Network, and then it got so popular that it became a series. And I think that's another example of one of those really neat things where indie animation forced the hand of the bigger companies, you know? Because I think otherwise, a lot of the bigger companies are just going to go with what's profitable and what already exists. But it's great to see indies like that really change things up and change the look of things, you know? Because, like, at the time that Adventure Time came out, there was nothing animated that looked like that at all, you know? Like, and even if you don't think the animation was all that great or the style was all that great, it's like there was just nothing in animation prior to Adventure Time that looked like Adventure Time. It was just like, it definitely has like an author's signature to it. What was it? Oh yeah, Dylan was saying the Mobster Frog Brothers. Yeah, they're great characters. Philip was saying, funny thing, I did a bit of background painting and animation in the early 90s, but I feel like I'm a terrible colorist when it comes to comics. And then Dylan was saying, I heard it's hard. I kind of remember when Cartoon Network aired the first episode, I wanted to watch it, but my mom said no. Oh. And then Philip was saying, Squash and Stretch is one principle of animation that should be taken into account on anything animated. Yeah, for sure. Like, it exaggerates movement, you know, but it's like, I love those old timey cartoons where they were really squashing and stretching. Like, just things were really wiggly, you know. And again, there's something about the rubber hose nature of those, like arms being able to bend backwards and stuff. I don't know. It's just so fun. All right, let's see here. And like being able to have like knobby knees and, you know, I don't know. Just those little fun elements, you know. But I feel like, you know what's weird about Adventure Time? I don't feel like it was like anything I'd feel weird having my kid watch. Like, it was fun. It's not like it was educational, but, you know, most cartoons aren't educational. You know, but it was fun. Let's see here. All right. We've got some of this coming up. We're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. Gonna work our way through the page. I don't know, Philip. I've seen your colors, though, of the comic pages you have done, and I think your colors look great. So I don't know why you're saying you're not good at comic colors. You seem really good at it. Let's see here. The amazing thing is, right? The amazing thing about comic colors, right, is if you think about this flatting process that I'm doing right now, they had to have individuals, you know, with cell vinyl, like painting on the back of, you know, clear sheets, these flats, you know, like for animation, every frame. Like, this is taking me this long, and I have I have Photoshop, and it makes it nice and flat and even. I don't have to lay paint on each one of these spots. So like old school flat colorists for animation, oh my gosh, talk about just crazy quick, consistent, and amazing. I remember I had a friend in high school whose mom was a colorist for animation, and she would animate the cells. And so, like, she wasn't doing like the colors for the key or anything like that. It was like some person in the animation studio would do like the primary color palette, like they'd do like the core colors for a scene, and then that would get outsourced out to like freelancers who would then like this friend's mom, right, who would then fill in the colors of these things. And that was her job. Like that was her job. Like her career was just like they'd ship her like a big stack, and she'd just have to burn through it. And it's like, it's crazy, you know? But the thing that's interesting is they had automated the process to where they would have the colors designated. So they had like specific pre-mixed colors. So it's not like the colorists were hand mixing color. It's like, no, that would be, you know, orange number 15 or something like that. So it's similar to like a Pantone system. Philip probably would know more about it, but it was interesting. I remember that being really fascinating. That might have been one of the first times in my life where I met somebody who, you know, wasn't a graphic designer, but made a living doing art of some kind, you know? And I remember thinking that was so cool when I went over to my friend's house, because I was like, wow, it's a pretty rad job. You get to basically like coloring books for for a living. You know, it was pretty cool. Yeah, Philip was saying, my background is film and animation, so I approach comics with that mindset, so I don't think about flats, etc. Yeah, that makes sense. But right now we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Just have to burn through a couple more of these panels before I can take a break. And now you can see why I like set these little goals up, right? Because it's like, can't do music and I can't eat till I'm done with this. And like when I started this stream, if you're like, well, that's kind of weird, you know, like why can't you, like, why would that be a goal? It's like, well, I probably am not going to be done with this till like 5, you know, like, so that's why it's like a goal, right? That's why it's an incentive, because it's like, I may not, you know, be able to eat till 5. And that's about time for dinner. So that's my incentive here is like, if I want dinner, I better do good on this page, because there's more to do. There's a lot more to do today that needs to get done for this comic. That's like way different than just color. And like pencils and shading and all of that stuff. So I need to get as far as I can, you know, today on this stuff. But it takes a while. It all takes more time than you realize. That's what I've noticed. I think it's like that with animation too, though. I wonder if Philip would agree with this, but I think a lot of people think that certain processes in animation are super fast and not realize like all the labor that goes behind, you know, animation, all the different teams and groups of people doing different elements of it to kind of throw it all together, cobble it together to something coherent. It's just wild, you know, like to me, it's amazing that Jim does like his own animated feature length movies, like doing pretty much everything. Like to me, that is stunning. Even with limited animation, that's a really big undertaking to do everything. You know, that's just insane. Do 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 do. And some of the colors I'm just going to borrow from previous pages, because why reinvent the wheel? It's the same kind of scene, same kind of setting. Something I saw an ad for, which is interesting because I love this comic. It was published by First Second. There's a comic called Robot Dreams, and it's great. It's a completely silent comic about a robot and a dog that become friends. And I saw a trailer for it as a film. I guess it's like a movie or it's streaming somewhere. And I was so excited that they made that into a movie. Because it's a great comic, like a really good comic. It's an all silent comic with no dialogue or anything like that, and it works functionally and it's beautiful. And I really like it. So I'm kind of hoping a couple things from that. Like, one is I want to see it, but the second thing is I hope they don't add any dialogue. I hope it's mostly just music and, the characters kind of silently going throughout. Because in theory, then it would be kind of like that the animation, The Illusionist, which I think is brilliant, and it's pretty much like completely silent. That's hard to do. That's hard to do in any storytelling medium to tell a silent story. But yeah, if you haven't yet, I would recommend, like, if you like comics and stuff and you want to read a really good all ages comic, pick up Robot Dreams. It's really great. I first found out about it when I moved to Portland. And I think it was Graham Annabelle that recommended that to me. And it was so good. So, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there very, very slowly. We are getting through this bit by bit. Philip said, it's a huge assembly line process. I don't know one production that didn't wind up rushing to get finished and went into crunch time. He said, I remember getting calls to go into a couple of studios in the last days to help with the final stages because they were way behind. And then Dylan was saying he saw the trailer for it. Nice. And then Philip was saying, I used to like bright white paper for watercolor because I wouldn't use white paint. The white of the paper would be the highlights or white areas. That's how you should do it. I think you want to, like, if you're going to work in watercolor and really let the watercolor do what it's going to do, you want to make the watercolors in a way where they're very self-sufficient, like, and where it's working from light to dark, and you're not reversing that, because the second you reverse that and you start working dark to light, then you're removing watercolor and it starts looking or feeling like a different medium. And then it's mixed media, not really like the thing that draws people to watercolor. I think the thing people like about watercolor is that idea of it being an additive, not a reduced. I don't know if that makes sense. It's just the essence of watercolor is dark, light to dark. Yeah. Philip was saying it drove me nuts because at that time I was trying to apply to studios, but they were always fully staffed. But then you get random calls to do 2 days of work to help finish a production. Yep. Sounds about right. Yeah. Everybody's fully staffed until they need everybody, and then they're not. I think this is going to be a different dude. Okay. So I want this guy to be kind of a similar bearded guy to the other one, but it's going to be more of a brown beard. He said, I wonder how long masking fluid has been around because I see a lot of watercolors use it. To me, you'll have to ask Philip's opinion on it, but anytime I've done watercolor, that is the trick to watercolor. Even if you're doing spontaneous watercolor, and it's not masking, it's planning. Even if you're doing spontaneous, loose watercolor, you want a solid underdrawing, very light, quite often, but you really need to map out what you're going to do, and then you can let the water be a little loose and spontaneous. But the point is, to work effectively in watercolor, I think a lot of it really needs to be intentional and pre-planned out before you get to the watercolor part. Because if that's the case, then you'll have your areas mapped out that need to be white, and you'll have all of that kind of preset into it, so that when you get to paint, you can be nice and loose and immediate. Because the other thing about watercolor, much like gouache or any medium that's kind of watery like that, it's not unlike gouache. I mean, gouache has a little more workability to it, but it's not going to be forgiving if you overwork it, right? Like, watercolor does not look good when it's overworked. So watercolor needs to be kind of applied intentionally and methodically, even if it's quick, right? And so having that underdrawing map really worked out, I think, is going to help you with watercolor. You can work loosely with watercolor, but again, I really do feel like having that map really solidly worked out before you kind of go into it is going to help you a lot with watercolor. That's my own opinion. So anytime I've seen people work in watercolor effectively, that's usually how it goes, right? Even if they're doing washes and working kind of spontaneously, there's like a certain amount of intentionality and planning that I think are necessary for watercolor. Yeah, Philip was saying, unless you like sharp edges, you don't use masking. You don't have to use masking. Masking can also be a pain, and it can look a little generic. It depends on what style of watercolors you're using, right? And masking fluid, depending on how good it is, that can destroy your painting too if you do it wrong. But I find that just with watercolor, you can work pretty loose as long as you know the areas you want to be lighter, and you can leave them lighter at the get-go, so you're not reworking them and killing the beauty of the paint by basically, like, working it to death. He was saying, don't use cheap paper. 100%. My wife does a lot of watercolors. She works digitally mostly now, but she's done a lot of kids' books in watercolor, and that is one of the things, like, she will spring for on her budget is good paper, because it does make a big difference. Like, if you get the blocks, like the big nice block of paper, that's going to make that kind of paper, the way that your watercolor is going to hit. I almost feel like maybe the paper is like almost like more important than the paint. Like, Yeah, with watercolor, yeah, that's huge. Dylan said, I just bought a 72 color colored pencil set. Nice. Even colored pencils I'm picky about, so I don't know. I don't know what kind you got. My favorite colored pencils were always Prismacolor. I loved Prismacolor. But Prismacolor was always one of those colored pencils where I would want a base underneath done in either marker or watercolor to kind of make my colored pencils look decent. Because otherwise they end up with that like waxy film, and I don't like colored pencils looking waxy. I don't know if that makes sense. But for colored pencils, actually, paper makes a big difference too. Like if you have paper with a really good tooth, or like higher quality paper, it makes your job a little easier. Colored pencil. Here's the thing: if you want to get that rubber hose look, you could also do. This is a rambly thing, but you could get toned paper, right? Like paper that already feels kind of old and toned, and then work over that with marker for like black and white rendering, and then over that add color with colored pencils very lightly. Philip was saying I was never as big into pencil crayons, but I love watercolor pencils. Watercolor pencils were cool. All of it's cool. I haven't done watercolors in years, man. It's a great sketch tool too. Because I feel like to get nice like plein air sketches or something like that, you need things that are immediate that like force you to not noodle. And I love that about watercolor, that once it's down, you just got to kind of work with it. Like you can't over labor a watercolor. And so if you ever are doing just like sketching from life or something, sometimes watercolor is great for that because it just forces your hand to commit. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's fun to talk about these other mediums that we don't get to use that often. All right, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Let's see where we're at for time. Dylan was saying it was $17, but they were on sale for $12, so not the best quality, but I'm trying to get over my perfectionism here. Dude, you can do amazing art with cheap materials. You know what I mean? Like again, people are material snobs. Again, there's always going to be like, one of the reasons I've been really excited about these like Firefly guitars, like the one I showed at the beginning of the stream, right? It's like there is something great when you find like cheap stuff that's excellent. Like of course you're like, oh my gosh, but it, but honestly, like it doesn't really matter whatever you're using. It really doesn't matter. Like it's just using what you've got and making the best stuff, and then from there you can start honing in on it or whatever. But sometimes making stuff with cheap materials can be even better because you've got limitations with it. I feel like the one thing you should never do is be the person who's waiting for the perfect materials and then you're using that as a reason not to do the art. To me, that's the worst. Like, where it's like, oh, I'll do this when I finally get this, you know? I've met people like that with guitars too, where they're like, well, I'll finally do some songs and stuff once I have a Gibson or once I have a. It's like, no, get a $200 guitar, get a $100 guitar, which, by the way, for a guitar, that's dirt cheap. You know, you don't need like to spend like $4,000 to start writing music. And if you kind of think you do, you probably aren't going to write music when you spend that much, you know, right? Like, as if somebody's waiting till they've got, you know, the thousands of dollars to spend to get the tool to make the art, which the tool is just a vehicle to, then you got to wonder, like, once they have that tool, were they really waiting for it just because they didn't have that special tool, or is it, you know, something deeper? Philip was saying there's dozens of YouTube's videos of artists making art with dollar store supplies. They made some amazing work with them. Yep. And one of my favorite things, like, it's funny, somebody mentioned crayons. You know, when my son was younger, he would be drawing with, you know, crayons and stuff because he's a kid. And I would draw with him, and I would be really enjoying myself and surprised by like what you can get out of just a cheap wax crayon. And we're not talking like, you know, oil pastel or anything like that. I mean, like a cheap, crappy wax crayon. You know, a pack of crayons that cost you $1 at the store can get you some really cool art. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. You know, I feel like, you know, that's like the artist that's saying, well, I can't do this with a crayon. It's like that might be the artist that's not going to do it. You know, I feel like most creatives, if you give them a crayon or a ukulele, they're going to find a way to make something out of it. You know what I mean? They don't need like a crazy expensive thing. Now, don't get me wrong. Having good supplies is really awesome. Like, you know, Philip was mentioning it. My wife's mentioned it. It's like, you know, having that really nice watercolor paper makes a big difference, you know, the block or whatever. But it's like, but it's not like she was waiting to watercolor till getting those papers. It's like, no, she used to watercolor with worse paper and then found that paper was better, you know, when she watercolored. But it's like, yeah, if you wait till everything's perfect, yeah. So it's good. It's good. Fight your perfectionism. Like cheap colored pencils, it's fine. I think my first serious comic, I did a lot with Sharpies. I used Sharpies a lot because I just was convinced that like Sharpies were really great. It took me a while to like transition to, you know, inking, you know, with a brush. Prior to that, it was like technical pens and Sharpies. But yeah, you should make art with what you've got. I mean, like, a good example is like the Beatles. You know, if you listen to like old stuff by like the Beatles, it's like guitars back then were horrible. Like, they weren't good. They weren't bad. They just weren't like, you know, you had some of the most iconic types of guitars made back then, but there were also guitars that were just like a really bad acoustic guitar with like a just terrible pickup, just, you know, taped to it. And they were kind of figuring out how to do this whole like pickup sound and stuff. Like, there's a lot of great music that was made by just these like primitive instruments. You know what I mean? And it's funny because people now will pay like tons of money for these like old school instruments, you know, that basically were like a pain in the butt for the artists who had them originally, because they were like a good example, like a 335 that used to be really unpopular, you know, like with some musicians, because it would get so much feedback because of the hollow body. So you even have people like BB King who were like, sure, I'll play a 335, just like close those sound holes because like it's annoying, man. You know? And then you have people years later just like, oh, that's a great guitar, you know. Don't get me wrong, I'd love like a 50s, you know, Telecaster or Stratocaster or something, but it's like the advancement, like my point is we're at a time where the cheapest guitar you're going to get is probably a million times better than anybody was working with back in the 50s or 60s, right? And a lot easier and a lot more good to work with. So just work with what you got, you know? Yeah. Dylan was saying, I remember 6 years ago, crayon hacks were popular. Huh. I wonder what crayon hacks are. Is that just like ways to make your crayons look really cool? Okay. I'm going to finish Robert's Hands, and then I'm going to take another quick break. We're going to get through this page, though, right? We're going to get through this page. We're going to get through it together as a team. The only thing that's going to take forever on this page are all of these flowers. Just had to be so many flowers, huh? All right, I'm gonna save this, and then I'll be right back. Let's make this magenta again. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. If you haven't yet, hit that like button. Let's put on Christopher Runciman's review.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things under the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
All right, I'm here. We're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. This is gonna take a while, guys. It's gonna take a while. Dylan said, have you ever made a story Bible for any of your indie comics? If you mean like a script and a set of roughs and stuff like that, yeah, 100%. Especially shorter ones. Graphic novels I tend to do in chunks. I know that Quarterly Stories Book 2, which at some point in my life I'm going to get to, is completely roughed out. Like I have the whole thing mapped out in roughs, and all my thumbnails and stuff done for it, which is really cool. That means that whenever I get to it, I can just do final art, and not have to worry about any of the pre-production kind of stuff. So if that's what you mean by story Bible, but I've also done I do a lot of things when I'm writing something. I'll come up with the plot arc and like the different beats of the plot and what have to happen, and kind of work that out. I'll sometimes have like a map. Yeah, a lot of that stuff. Dylan was saying I have so many ideas for different stories and characters. So here's the thing. So do I, and so do a ton of creatives. And I think that the thing that you gotta get over, or at least I had to get over, was being precious with my ideas. Like that can prevent a lot of people from writing songs too. I have a million things I'd like to write songs about, and if I tried to do them all, I wouldn't get any done. So there's a point where you just kind of pick and acknowledge the fact that you will get to other stories. And there's a chance that the story that you pick might suck. Like, that's okay. But a sucky completed story is better than a half finished idea, right? So the point being, like, you just have to kind of allow yourself to go, well, I'm going to pick a direction and then just go in that direction. And then have the patience and the self-discipline to see one through to the end. And then you can hop to the next. If you absolutely hated it, the whole process, right? Then when you finish that, at least you have a book under your belt, and then you can work on the next. I think a lot of young creatives in particular struggle with the loving, like for me, it was a struggle where I loved comic books so much and story so much that I felt almost like a responsibility to honor the thing I loved, to where it was almost crippling because I wanted it to have so much. And eventually I just had to buckle down and pick a story and accept that, like, it may not end up being as perfect as I want it to be, but it's going to be something great, and I'll make it something good, and I'll finish it. That's the key. And then the next thing I'll do even better, you know? I think that's what I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Scott was also saying, I have Dylan. It's more for pitching and sharing your concepts with others. Yeah. Like a story Bible, like a pitch. If that, I guess I just haven't really heard of it as a story Bible, but maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, like a pitch or a pitch packet is basically just like, that's more for like getting a publishing deal or something, like, you know, or doing a pitch when you're like at a like high end Hollywood meeting, or you're trying to find collaborators, or your book is going to have like multiple people working on it. And so you need all those people on the same page. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you're struggling to kind of pin down ideas though. And that's something I would keep in mind, is like, don't get lost in the idea prison. The idea prison being like, you're looking at the forest of ideas and you're missing the trees. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. I think that happens a lot with creatives. I've definitely seen that happen where there's just too many options, so you're crippled by it. I'm not saying that's happening with you. I'm just mentioning it because it was a problem I used to have a lot. So just picking one and just committing to it, just being like, you know what, like, yeah, like actually Scott's a really good example. By the way, hi Scott. Scott's a really good example. Scott has a million stories. He's talked to me about some of the ones he wants to do, you know. I'm really excited about a specific story he's going to do related to hip hop. I think that will be incredible, and I love it. And I'm a bit of a hip hop head. I don't think I'm as big of a hip hop head as Mr. Cirkland, but it sounds like a really fun idea. But the last thing I would want Scott to do is abandon Young and the Dead for that, because the second you abandon, in my opinion, this is my own little humble opinion, but I think when you get in the habit of abandoning projects, it's addictive. And it's kind of like the person who gets the gym membership and never goes to the gym. It's like, you know, and let's push the gym analogy. Imagine somebody walking into a gym, and there's so many different exercises you can do, right? There's just endless possibilities of exercises. Are you going to work on your legs? Are you going to work on cardio? What are you going to do to work on your cardio? Man, I mean, I could go jogging. You can almost envision like somebody with the best of intentions who's got like the right motivation walking into a gym and spending hours that they could be working out, just trying to pick the right machine, right? They're just sitting there in their head. Like they have this perfect workout they're going to do, but they just can't pick the right machine. And I think a lot of artists end up in that scenario where they're just crippled by the like picking the machine. Not realizing like the whole gym is there for you to pick a machine and do it. And then, hey, you know what? You want to change that later? Great. Right. That's my point is like, don't get lost in the story jungle, you know? Scott was saying, come to the retreat. I'll be hashing out ideas for the new comic. I want to come to the retreat, and I think I might actually be able to do it. If the summer job hadn't happened, I don't think that retreat would be happening for me. I did the wrong deselection here. If the summer job hadn't happened, I don't know if that retreat would be happening, but I think things might work out to where I can make it happen. So, and I think we would love to do it. I know Maya and I are probably going to need some kind of break or vacation before all this chaos ensues again. All this chaos that is life. I wish I could do a good Werner Herzog impression, because I think Werner Herzog is amazing. Okay, okay, here we go. I've got a couple things I got to do here on this page that are just a beast. But yeah, and Scott's going to be in that idea garden in very shortly, right? Like, because he's almost done with Young and the Dead. But imagine how, like, my point is, like, finishing one puts you in a different club than the guy with a million ideas. Does that make sense? And it also makes people take your ideas a little more seriously, because it's like, oh, well, you actually finish things, right? Scott said, I don't even think it'll cost that much local, and I think the venue is covered. Yeah, that's the thing. I think we'll get in there. I'll try to make it happen. I'm gonna try my best, because I don't see why it couldn't, you know? And also, I have a laptop now, so I can bring that and work on art stuff while I'm there, you know? Like, so that's cool too, where it's like I wouldn't have to get behind on my book deadline. I'll just annoy you guys, like if we go out for drinks or something, I'll just be like doing this, what I'm doing right now. Or I'll just bring my guitar and just serenade you guys with terrible songs. You guys will be like begging for the weekend to be over. I should ask Jim to bring his acoustic too, and then Jim and I can start a band. That's our retreat band, and serenade you guys with amazing music the whole weekend. Scott's like, the thing that I love picturing right now is like, Scott's like, you guys should come to the retreat. And I'm like, you know, I should bring my guitar and annoy you guys with songs. And suddenly Scott's quiet. He's like, maybe you guys shouldn't come to. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. So this flower part to me is a good example of what I think. Like maybe the process is different for everyone, right? But I will tell you right now, I'm mostly engaged in what I'm doing. I'd like to finish this page, but this part that I'm working on right now sucks. Like it's really boring. Like, you know what I mean? Like my brain is not like fully engaged in it. It's not bad. I'm thinking critically about it. I'm making artistic choices, but it's so repetitive, this part of it, right? Um and that's the part that I feel like is the heavy lifting part of the gym. It's like that part where you know it's going to hurt and it's going to suck, but you have to kind of see it through. And also, it's another example, I think, of those things in art where there are things you have to do that are going to be tedious, but you know it's worth it. Like to me, I'm doing this because I know that at the end of the day, each of these flowers having their own color is going to make this be more of a vivid page, like a more interesting page. I can already see it happening as I've finished it, right? I think the flowers are bringing an interest to this page, and also highlighting an important part of what's happening in the story. Scott was saying, bring it. I'll play tambourine or something. Nice. But no, I definitely want to do the retreat because I think that'll be, even the timing of it is just like perfect because it's like right before school goes into session. Yeah, I mean, just seeing everybody, seeing all my buddies, will be good. For anybody who's listening and is like, the retreat, what are you guys talking about? So Scott and I, and Jim and Gary, we're all in a cult. And it's basically this, it's actually not a cult. It's just, we take these personality tests, and like we hold these meters in our hands when we take them, and they let us know, like how our levels are. And then if our levels are lower, we have to kind of conduct like audits on each other and stuff like that. So we're thinking about having a spiritual retreat. That's basically anytime you hear Scott or Gary or Corey or anybody, talking about the retreat, it's a spiritual retreat. Scott was saying, I'll bring my cowbell. I love it. I love it. But anyhow, no, in all seriousness, what we're going to be doing, outside of like, praising Moloch and all sorts of weird, creepy, secret things, is no. Okay, for real, what we're going to be doing is probably just having an art meetup where like Gary and Corey and Scott and I believe Mr. Lujan, we're all going to kind of hang out and work on art and enjoy a little vacation for a little bit, an art retreat. So I don't think any children or animals or people will be sacrificed on said trip. Let's see here. Okay, so we have this going. We're getting closer, guys. We're getting closer. But anyhow, so the last meetup we all had, we went to Cambria, and it was a extremely great experience. I think one of my favorite trips that I've done in a long time. And part of it's because the Artcasters crew are kind of like some of my favorite people on the planet. And so the idea of being able to spend a weekend with some of my favorite people on the planet is a pretty worthwhile thing to do. Scott said, did Corey confirm? I hope so. I don't know. I think Corey might be in a similar position to me where it might be hard to make happen, but he might be trying to make it happen. So I got to confirm it, though. I need specific details now. I'll reach out to you guys for specific details so that we can actually make it happen. Because I don't see why it couldn't, especially because it's in California, you know. But California is pretty big, so I need more deets. Give me the deets. Okay, we're going to do this part. What else do we have here? Oh, so anyhow, the thing that I was talking about with this part of the comic making process, I feel like this is the part where you just kind of have to trust the process, and this is the part to me of this page that's taking the most self-discipline to get done because it's the most tedious, but I think it's going to have a high payout when I do it. You know what I mean? That to me is that's the part of comics that's hard, is like this part. Even all the flat colors are really fun until it starts getting into little things like this, where it's like, do I really need to add that detail? And it's like, yeah, I should. You know, that's a hard one to kind of keep to keep my interest going. You know, let me see here. Okay. But whenever I, see it through, I tend to be like very happy that I did the tedious work that the comic demanded of me, like an evil, horrible demon. I am really bored though, drawing these working on this section. But actually, like, here's the other fun thing. I'm also enjoying it because there is a part of it that's kind of therapeutic. Like, it is just very much like okay, we're working on a coloring book now, you know? Actually, that's true. Maya was saying, how funny is it that people use coloring books, like people who are non-creatives are like, you know what? I'm stressed out. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get an adult coloring book. It's going to be the most amazing thing. Whereas like for a creative, it's like, and it is fun to color, but if you're a creative and you're off work and somebody hands you a coloring book, you're going to be like, I want to kill you. You know what I mean? Because you're like, I just got off work, and now you're like, you know what would be fun? Let's fill out forms. And you're like, that doesn't sound fun. No, it's so fun. It is so fun to fill out forms. And you're like, but I just filled out forms all day. I feel like it's like that with Pictionary for artists too. Have you guys ever had that moment? And here's the thing: if I had a day where I just didn't have to do anything and I could just like draw, like color in adult coloring books, that would be really fun. But my point is, it's kind of like the Pictionary curse of the artist, right? Where all of us have probably had this moment where you're at like a get together, right? Maybe it's like a quiz night or something like that, and there's like a drawing activity, like a Pictionary type thing, and every friend you have is like, oh, you're gonna nail this, man. This is Pictionary. Oh, that's great. He's the artist. He's gonna do great. And you're like, great. Now I have to do work. Thanks a lot, assholes. Thanks a lot. Anyhow, I don't know. I've always found that funny. Gary said, popping in to say hi before going back to comic work for the afternoon. Well, thanks for popping by. I almost let out the secret of our cult that might be meeting up a little later you know. But anyhow, it is one of those things where, you know, it is fun to like flex your muscles a little bit as a creative sometimes and be like, all right, this is a drawing thing. I can do a drawing thing. But there's also the part of it where it's like, dude, the last thing I want to do right now is draw. Like, I might actually want to do something totally different, you know? Okay, guys, we're almost there. We just have like a couple more nightmare panels to go. And here's the thing about this sequence of pages. Okay. This is a wild set of pages, this next set of pages in this comic. Because this one, it's like kind of fun to draw, but for coloring, it's like, yeah, you want to color and do flats for a bunch of flowers. Not particularly, but I'm doing it now. It gets worse, guys. The next few pages, one of them is a scene at an opera house where I have to do, you know, a wide shot of the opera house with a crowd. And then one of them is a cattle-drawn carriage going up a rocky hillside with two guys on horses. And so these pages are just going to be a beast to get done. Now, what's funny is there's probably some artists who are like way higher level than me that would look at these pages and be like, these pages are nothing, you know? But for me, that's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. A little much, guys. All right. There's one thing I messed up on. I was kind of selecting the wrong color there. Scott said, I got to head out. Take it easy, everyone. Take it easy, Scott. It's nice hearing from you. Thanks for stopping by. Dylan said, I literally had the whole classroom look at me in high school for the art portion of a project. Yep. Now, keep in mind, I think when I was in high school, I was in that position too, where, you know, people would be like, oh, you're the artist, draw. And I'd kind of feel good about it because I'd be like, yeah, that is something I can do, you know, that would contribute to this situation, you know. But I think it's one of those, like, when you start doing it for your day job, it can be kind of equivalent to somebody being like, hey, you know what would be fun? Let's work a register. And you're like, I don't know if that's fun. I don't know if I want to play cash register right now. I've been working at a cash register all day. Like, you know. Or like telling a plumber, like, you know what would be fun? Let's plunge toilets. And you're like, I don't know, man. I kind of just did that all day. That doesn't sound like fun to me. No, it'll be amazing. It'll be creative. But I don't know. Okay. Needless to say, though, this is fun, and it is fun work. It's just, I'm just starting to get a little irritated by this page. Okay. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. We've been working 4 hours, and I need to get more water. I think I mentioned to you guys, it's like 112. I forgot to ask Scott how hot it is in his area. If Gary's still in the chats, you can let me know. How are you guys doing in the old Arizona? All right. We're deselecting this section, getting a little bit further. Slowly but surely we'll get through this page. Yeah, Gary was saying it's 110 right this second. You know what's funny? I think we're at the same heat. Oh, we're hotter at this point? Oh, we're at 111. Gary, I think we beat Arizona. We're at 111 right now. Or are you just under speaking? So anyhow, the thing that's tough about 111 is even when you have the AC running, Yeah, we have the AC running and our house is 80 something degrees. So. Because it's just not going to, unless we cranked it to a point where we're paying like, a ridiculous amount of money. It's just not going to get any cooler than that. Dylan said, senior year, I was drawing 1 and 2, and we had a collab with an English class. The last second before we went back to our classmates, one of the students added an extra detail, which I internally sighed. Philip said, hey there, Gary. Dylan also said, plus he picked the wrong color, so thank you for messing it up. Yes, that can be pretty irritating. On a group project at a school, if you're the artist, and they're like, you're the artist, you do it. And then they modify it, and you're like, why did you have me do this? Okay, here we go. We're getting there. I will get through all these silly flowers. My new incentive is I need to take a break to get water and refresh. And I am only going to allow myself that break when I finish this panel, because this panel must be finished. It needs to occur. All right. These are the fun little highlights of how that works. Philip said it's 90 here, still too high for my liking. I don't know, man. Canada, I feel... well, here's the thing. I don't actually know. Does it get hot, though? Does it get hotter than 90? And then also, does it get humid? Those are two really important questions. Because if it gets humid, 90 and humid, I would say is arguably, possibly worse than the weather we're experiencing right now. I think once you add humidity into the equation, it's a different kind of heat. And I don't know. That's hard to handle. Dylan said that happened to me before in 2nd, 3rd, or 4th grade, and I got upset and cried when it happened. So personal growth, didn't upset and didn't cry. Nice. What's he up to?
He said, this is a sign.
Aw. Oh, he has a sign that says, this is a sign.
Yes.
I love it. You guys see that sign behind me? It's a sign. You guys ever feel like you're waiting for a sign? All right. We're getting through this, guys. Getting through it. Getting through it.
So my first question is, when are we going to get to these guys? I can do them right now.
Okay, I think here I'm going to do this. Yeah, Philip was saying their summers are horribly humid. Okay, see, that to me is worse. I would take 110 degrees over 90 and humid. Even like 80s and humid. Humid is a whole different ball game, in my opinion. And it might be because I'm just not used to humidity, but I feel like humidity is that is a monster to fight. because that just kind of lingers, you know, and like that's harder for AC to fight too. Humidity, like dry heat, AC can work okay, but like humidity, it's like now you're introducing wetness to the heat, and that's a beast. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Dylan was saying he saw a post the other day that heat with humidity is more dangerous than heat without. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, humidity is wild. And also disease. Like humidity is just like a breeding ground for all sorts of horrible things. Yeah. Like dry heat sucks. You can get heat stroke and stuff like that, but it's like not as I don't think it's as would it be called invasive? I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if invasive is the right term. Yes, I am going to drink water when I finish this page. And we are slowly finishing all the flowers. All the flowers in the garden. A couple of these I'm going to deselect. I'm liking most of this. I want to have these be maybe red. Yep. Okay, we got through the flowers here. Oh, it's taking so long. It's taking so long. Okay. Okay, we'll get there. Dylan said 13 people died in my county alone this year, already due to the heat, but there are like 172 cases open that are being investigated. Oh my goodness. Wow. Philip said, I sometimes go to the mall where it's cooler or take my sketchbook and sit in the food court. Dude, malls are, assuming that the AC is working at the mall, that is a great hack for hot weather for sure. Okay. Let's blast through these flowers like they've never been blasted before. I don't know why. That doesn't sound right. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Doing this in bulk here. All right. We're going to do our this section. This guy. I like the idea of this one.
That is still tomorrow, though, right? Yes. Good.
And maybe this guy. Let's get some of the red in there. Okay. Can kind of work. And now we're going to do our bluish thing. Yes, yes. Almost completed here. And then we're going to do our green. And I'm kind of second guessing whether I want that to show his jacket through there or not. Because I kind of want this to look like a bundle of flowers. And I feel like having his jacket show through kind of ruins that look. So I think we might go back over that in a second. So I think here I'm going to deselect this. I think now I'm going to do this. I'm going to deselect that. And then I think we're going to go in and... Nope. Make sure continuous is on. And I think I'm going to just take those little spots where we can see his jacket through and fill those with a darker green. So it kind of looks more like he's holding a lot of them. Philip said, every summer I hear in the news that at least one usually elderly person in the area has died from the heat. Yeah, that happens in New York a lot too. I think there's something about that kind of environment, with the, I don't know. Humidity doesn't seem like the best thing. Okay. So we're going to do this, start kind of coloring some of these. As other colors back here. Some of these might even go deeper. Maybe we need, let's see here, some green. Okay, so now we've got our cart in the background. We've got our flowers and stuff like that. I'm going to save this. Whew, we're getting there. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right, you guys. We have 2 panels left to go. I am going to play a trailer. I'm going to play the extra long one, which is Frank's Adventures at the Library, and I will be right back, and we're going to finish this up. We're at hour 4, and here is the trailer for Frank's Adventures at the Library. I'm going to get some water.
Our heroic adventurers fought orcs, monsters, sorcerers, necromancers. Now they find themselves in front of a mystical library. What shall they find? It's all in the roll of the dice. We've come this far. There's great power behind this door. I can feel it. We just have to get past it. This door is no match for my axe. I shall chop it down. You always want to use brute strength. Why don't you try knocking? We'll try it your way. You may enter. The library is open to all those who seek knowledge. Feel free to look through our tomes. Maybe you'll find the answers you seek. I sense great power here, and it's behind those shelves. Indeed, there are powerful items hidden behind these shelves, but you can only get there through the enchanted words. Do you have those words? I believe I do.
Tremble before the Cremble.
There is great power. Look at that glove. Must be so powerful. That is not where I sense this power. I must get closer. I found them. I found the sacred manuscripts written by Joshua Kemble. Behold, I now possess 2 stories and Jacob's apartment. Please tell us more about 2 stories and Jacob's apartment, and who is Joshua Kemble? Xeric Award-winning cartoonist Joshua Kemble is a freelance artist, graphic designer, and author. 2 Stories is a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. Jacob's Apartment is a coming-of-age graphic novel in the vein of Ghost Road and Fun Home. It weaves together the threads of spiritual faith, identity, purpose, love, and loss to create an engrossing world in which waking and sleeping dreams collide. You have made your choice. The passage is now closed. Wait, can I get that glove? No. Oh. All right, let's go.
All right. We are slamming through page 113 of Not Death But Love, the Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. We're flatting page 113, and we're going to basically finish this page during this stream, come hell or high water. Might be 6 or something like that. Philip said, so this is a commercial for Josh's book? Yeah, that was Frank Salazar's commercial. I should actually play Philip's. But yeah, and if you guys want to throw together a promotion for one of my books, and you keep it under a minute, you send me the video file as an MP4. I will play it on my stream, and you can mention your own stuff as well, as long as it's YouTube safe and stuff like that, and it mentions one of my books. It should probably mention 2 Stories or Jacob's Apartment. Dylan said, when did you first start drawing this graphic novel? I would say this was about a year ago. So it's been about a year that I've been working on it. I probably am a little bit behind. I'm quite a bit behind where I thought I would be, which is why I've gotten an extension from my publisher for it. It is a beast to do, but I think I'll be able to kind of hit the deadline that I'm currently on. But yes, it is a long undertaking. Graphic novels take a long time. Some people work way faster and some people work way slower. And I'm definitely in that group of people who work significantly slower than a lot of people. I've also found that throughout my adventures in cartooning, some people do very unhealthy things to kind of avoid sleep. But I have finally reached an age where I am not able to do the skipping sleep like a maniac. I don't sleep a lot, but I can't function if I don't sleep certain amounts. Whereas the younger me used to do a lot of not sleeping to get comics done. Oh, come on. Why? Okay, I didn't want the magnetic lasso. I don't know why that happened. But yeah, these things take a long time. They take a long time. It takes me, I think a page like this probably took about maybe 6 hours to pencil, maybe 5. And then the shading took probably another couple of hours. So yeah, like to me, like the pages are taking quite a bit of time to do. But that's just the nature of comics. They just take a long time. Dylan was saying, yeah, there's unhealthy practices. Yeah, there are. And I had some unhealthy practices when I was younger, but I just can't do some of those. Or I could, but it's just not worth the price. I don't know if that makes sense. Everything that you do in life kind of has a cost, So like balancing whether the cost is worthwhile is, I think, a good thing to do too. Dylan was saying they're sleepy and need to get their sleep. Well, good. Go get some sleep. Get a rest. I might take a nap when I'm done with this page. Tell you that much. This is taking a significant amount of time. But I think I actually estimated this one kind of properly, because I figured by the time I'm done with this page, it's going to be probably dinner time. So I don't think it was that off in my estimate. Philip was saying it's no wonder I constantly fall asleep at my desk through the day. Yeah, it's also like, I will tell you, I've talked to my wife about this too, because I get like really bad allergies, right? And so I do think part of why I'm a night owl is like my allergies are worse at night, not as bad at night, and it cools off, and so it's like just naturally in this environment, like working at night is like the best thing for me. It's just like it's the easiest way to stay focused, to not like feel like, just wild allergy attacks and stuff like that. And also like, there's less distractions during the night. I think that might be where I started, when I started doing comics, a lot of the comics I would work on would be at night, because it'd be like, back then it's like I would, finally have this time where like there's no distractions. I can just zone out and kind of get to it. I'll tell you this much though. Like one thing I love about these streams is it's like publicly being held accountable too, because I'm like, if I don't finish this page after streaming for 4 hours, that wouldn't be good. So it's like there is like a weird psychological thing to me doing these streams when I'm working on these comics too, that really helped me stay with my nose to the grindstone and not get like wildly distracted. Yeah. But I gotta say, I think that might be part of why I'm a night owl too, is just the weather. Philip was saying, I used to do security and overnight shifts mess me up. I've never been able to properly correct it. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that, where I had a graveyard shift job too in my late teens and early 20s. And I do think that also like permanently really messed with my sleep habits. Anyone who like downplays like how much of a number doing graveyards does on your body and stuff is like, I think, doing a disfavor or a disservice to people who do work those shifts. Those are rough. Speaking of rough, that's what the dogs are saying right now. They're like, that's rough. Okay. So here's a question. If you guys could have the superpower of not needing sleep, would you want it, or do you like sleep? I am definitely of the ilk that if I had a world where I didn't need to sleep. Now keep in mind there's a caveat to this. This would have to be a world where everyone else needed to sleep but me. Because if it were a world where no one needed sleep, then all your work hours would just be 20 times longer, you know? So it would have to be a scenario where other people needed to sleep but I didn't. That's an ideal world to me, as if I didn't need sleep, I would be a happy camper. But let's see here. Dylan was saying, I used to deal with insomnia, but 7 years ago I started listening to blackout screen with rainstorms on my TV, and it helped me fall asleep way faster. Nice. He said a few months back I had tooth pain that would flare up, and so I went to bed early between 6 to 10. The pain is gone, but I've been trying to keep that time schedule, and I've been successful. Nice. And then Dylan was talking about it being like a nice kind of like reset from, mental struggles or like problems going on during the day and stuff like that. That I can understand. Yeah, I mean, like, sleep is a nice reset. I have to say, like, there's definitely been times in my life where I felt overwhelmed or something like that, right? And then you get like a good chunk of sleep and you wake up and you feel like less destroyed or overwhelmed or something by something because you've had that reset. But imagine a world where you don't need that reset. I don't know. I love that idea. But there is something about overcoming those challenges of like the limitations. I think that is art. Art is just overcoming limitations, right? We're all dealing with some kind of limitation on our time or on our ability or on our speed or on our physical ability, whatever it is, right? We're all kind of overcoming some kind of hurdle to kind of do this thing. And there's something about that in the process of art that I think is important. And I think you kind of miss out on when it comes to things like AI art and stuff like that. You miss that kind of journey. A good example, if I used AI to do this page, I could have been done like 4 hours ago, but there's something to it that's really cool. And I can't explain it, but it's like something to the journey of like setting out to do this thing and then accomplishing it, and it's not necessarily fun along the way, but there's something very gratifying and rewarding about the final part where you've been through it, like you've finished your marathon. I feel like the part where I'm in the flowers on this page is kind of like that part in a marathon where you hit an uphill ride and you're so far into the marathon, you're like, but I think, again, there's something about like when I finish this page, it's going to feel really good. And it's going to feel way better than if I had spent, the time I've been streaming doing this, just like, I don't know, like watching TV or something, like, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like there's something way more fulfilling about this process. Dylan said, taking a nap has helped me clear my head and help me come to decisions, and it kind of cleanses out energies from fights. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I've definitely had times in my life where I've like had to push sleep to its limits, like meaning, go without sleep for long periods of time. And doing that definitely makes you appreciate having like a decent sleep schedule, right? You kind of have to honor sleep. Sleep is like the beast that is going to happen at some time, whether you like it or not. Like, you know, it's something you must do, uh, and ignore it at your peril, right? So but to me, it's like, people have those fantasies about if you could have a superpower and stuff like that, right? Where they're like, well, I would have this, I would have that. And one of the superpowers I think a lot of artists would have is just the ability to get all the benefits from sleep without sleep. You know, like that would be a cool world. But I do know some people really like sleep, like outside of just the benefits, they just really enjoy sleep. Um, and like for them, that would be awful, even with the benefits and stuff. So Philip was saying, I did try those white noise things and it did work for a while. Now they don't really work. In fact, they kind of annoy me now. Yeah, I've definitely struggled with insomnia type stuff too. I haven't been struggling with that a lot lately. And it might be because I've just been on such a wild schedule where it's like, man, if I get a window to sleep, it's like I'm out. But I definitely have had like quite a lot of those times in my life where I just couldn't sleep and I needed to sleep. It's like not like those like a sleepless night where you have nothing important the next day. It's like no, they'd usually hit like the night before like the most important thing where I needed sleep. Um but I haven't been struggling with that as much recently, which is great. So that is one thing I'll say as a benefit is like, luckily I don't think I've been feeling the struggle with insomnia as much as I used to. But a lot of that's also because I've been more cognizant, like much more cognizant of getting sleep. And my wife's been very helpful with that too, because I'll occasionally default back to like the I don't need sleep version of me. And it's where my wife will step in and be like, dude, you need sleep. And kind of help me balance that out. One great thing about having like a partner in life, is having that you kind of watch out for each other's good. Sometimes more than you're aware of for yourself. Okay, here we go. Let's get some of these bigger victories out of the way real quick. Get these big chunks of color. I will say, okay, so there is one thing outside of just being refreshed. There is a cool thing, like if you ever go to sleep and you have like a really cool dream and you kind of wake up and you're, well rested. There's just a great feeling about that. That's not even refreshed. It's just like I don't know what that would be. That I might miss. But I think for a creative, you're kind of dreaming all the time. I don't know if that makes sense. Most of us are dreaming while we're awake. So why sleep? Why do we need dreams in our sleep when we're trying to make dreams happen in our realities? Dylan said this morning in the hour of 5, I did go for a short walk. That's good. Yeah, I think he was saying trying to become a morning person. I think that can be really helpful. I think that I'm kind of forced to be a morning person with my schedule right now. And then, I'm kind of in a scenario where it's just like it or not, like I'm most likely for the rest of summer going to be getting maybe 5 hours of sleep a night, maybe 4. Um and that's okay, and then maybe powering through with like an occasional just like uh nap. Naps are awesome. That's one thing I don't know. I do enjoy naps. I think maybe that's part of getting older, as you really start to enjoy those naps, those nap times. Okay, let's get this background ground. The background ground. And then here's what I think I'm going to do is once we have our background kind of deselected, to make this a little more fun, maybe we'll do some flowers and then some of the main characters, and then some flowers and some of the main characters. Just because the main characters are so fun and quick and pretty easy to flat, and the flowers are just very repetitive. So maybe that's what we'll do here. Just to kind of keep it spicy, keep it interesting. You want the spice? I got some of the spice. All right, let's see here. Dylan said, because I happen to live in a state where Satan farts in your face as a breeze. What does that mean? Is it smelly? Or are you saying it's really smelly? I'm not even sure what that means. That's pretty hilarious, though. That's an interesting description. He was saying I'm trying to start a workout routine. Yeah, like me, my workout routine, which I've been really good with, except today, because today I have to work out. But I didn't. I missed my workout the other day, and that's a big problem. Shouldn't be missing workouts. Anyhow, so I missed a workout the other day. But for me to get into working out here, I had to come up with an inside routine because I can't. Like, if I rely on just walks for cardio, it's just not going to happen. Because I'd have to do that so early in the morning. But I do know some people who really enjoy that. Like, they like to wake up really early, and get a walk in and all of that stuff before they've started their day. It, like, helps them reset. For me, I'm just so unfunctional at that point. That's funny. All right, so we're getting there. I'm going to just kind of switch from doing some flowers. How about 3 flowers? We'll do 3 flowery things. And then we'll switch from the flowery things to the character things, just to keep things interesting, keep my brain from rotting. All right, here we go. 3 flowery things. So, okay. Okay, that's 3 flowery things. kind of want to finish that little corner though. There we go. So we'll do, I feel like that's barely 3 flower things before. And then I think I'll get this little thing here. We're going to get there. All right. So that's 3 flowery things. Now let's do some character work. I'm going to do that hat. Let's get that hat going. And then these eyes. The eyes of Sauron. All right. Okay. That was enough of my joyful character stuff. Let's get back to 3 flowery things. Are these exactly the same color fills? Let me double check. Oh, okay, they aren't. Okay, that's good. I was worried it was like exactly the same color fills. It is pretty similar though, so I might have to kind of adjust some of those choices. Oh, crud. I think I do have to adjust some of those choices. Let's do that real quick. Let's adjust to where this is more consistent. Okay. So this is fine. This should be more like this. I didn't realize we were I forgot we were kind of dealing with almost the same shot of the flowers. And so I don't want the color to vary so much that it's like off-putting. So, okay, now I want to have to redo my 3 flowers. How dare I? Okay. This will be this now. And then we'll do this color. Okay, I'm not going to count these as my 3 flowers just to get through these, the tedium of the flowers. All right, that's just correcting the previous 3. Let's get a little further. All right. We'll get just a little bit further. Okay, and then I want to do this as the same colors here. Okay. So I'll call that one flower. Dylan said, "Do you have any art of books? If so, how many? And what are your favorite ones?" I have a lot of those in my in my library in the room. Let's see. I really, cornily enough, one of my first favorite art of books was The Art of Disney. Art of for movies. My wife has quite a few Pixar ones. Those are great. Almost all the art of books by Pixar are incredible. Their pre-production artists are some of the best conceptual artists around. One of my favorite art of books is the old Art of the Hobbit. And I'm talking the cartoon. That's pretty amazing. Yes? You have what? Mai said she had the David the Gnome encyclopedia. My wife really likes or liked growing up David the Gnome. I found this out because I remember thinking in my head, who likes David the Gnome? Because for me, like when you get home from school, like maybe occasionally I'd put it on because it was animated and nothing else was animated, but I had never really watched it, you know? And I kind of want to watch it now because my wife was like all about David the Gnome. Like she loved it. So now I want to know, like, because here's the thing. I also, before my wife and I started dating, I was not a fan of Star Trek The Next Generation. I had not watched it. And my wife convinced me to check it out. And I realized that I was a moron for not having seen it. Because it's so good. Yeah. Like, I had seen the original Star Trek and stuff, but I was just like, for the longest time, I was just like, yeah, I'm not watching Next Generation. Nah, I'm not going to do that. And then my wife, who is always a million times wiser than I am, made me that much cooler by helping me see the truth. She made it so, you know? All right, we're getting through some flowers here. Flowers in the garden. All right, here we go. It's not taking as long as it could, you know? Yeah, Philip was saying I have a very random collection, though. Yeah, it's kind of the same here, where I'd have to look through them because we have quite a lot of art books, a lot of graphic novels, a lot of kids' books. And so to name them off the top of my head is pretty tough. I'll tell you one of the books, it's not an art of book, but one of the books I reference the most is there's this old Smithsonian collection of Sunday comics. And that's probably my favorite reference book of all time for art. And it kind of goes through different comic books from the very beginning of comics, like newspaper comic strips. And it's pretty enlightening and cool. And if you ever feel in a rut when you're making comics and you look at those pages, it's like instant inspiration for like ways to approach it better.
In the meantime, I'll just be playing. In the meantime, I'll just be playing a game called Minesweeper. I know.
Benji's playing Minesweeper. That makes me really happy. I used to play that all the time.
I literally just got a remake of it on my iPad.
Nice. I didn't know that game still existed. There used to be like a method to it too. It's funny, if I played it now I'd probably forget, but I remember having like worked out kind of a method where you could actually kind of predict in Minesweeper. Like it's not a random game. It seems random at first, but then you could kind of like start picking up patterns and be able to predict the mines in Minesweeper. Philip said, I was addicted to Next Gen back in the 90s. And he said, I hated the first 2 seasons, though. Nice. Yeah, I think the first 2 seasons aren't as strong, for sure. It's like all the cast kind of grows into it. But I like them all. I like all the seasons. I wish I had been watching them as they had come out. Because they're so good, you know? So, and again, it's one of those things where you don't really know what you're missing until somebody turns you onto it, and then you're like, oh. Another good example of that, growing up, when I first got into rock and roll and punk rock and stuff like that, I didn't listen to Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. My parents never really listened to Zeppelin, so I had no frame of reference for Led Zeppelin. And I remember associating Led Zeppelin for some stupid reason with like the Grateful Dead and Fish. And I think it's because at my high school, all the dudes who wore Zeppelin shirts and stuff were like really into the Grateful Dead and Fish and like jam bands and stuff. So I was like, I don't know, I'm not really into jam bands and the Dead and Fish, so I probably won't like Zeppelin. And it wasn't until I was in my early 20s that I finally realized what a moron I was for not having listened to Zeppelin. I was like, this is amazing. No wonder people were listening to this. But I remember for years, just because I had some dumb idea of what that would sound like, I just never checked it out. That's like heresy, you know? The Art of Song of the Sea. I think my wife might actually have that book. Or it's some book similar. Oh, it might be The Secret of Kells. The Art of Ponyo would be amazing. Honestly, any of the Ghibli pre-production stuff would be cool to see. I haven't seen Ponyo in a long time. I'd like to rewatch that. That was a good one. A good one. A good one. All right. I'm going to allow myself to finish his head, and then we're going to continue on our little flower journey, because we're all flower children, ladies and gentlemen. We're all flower children together. Welcome to the flower jungle. Can you tell I'm a little tired from working on this for 5 hours? Where I'm calling my audience flower children. The next thing you know, I'm going to sound like a cult leader. I'm going to be like, hey guys, welcome to my peace-loving flower world. This is Flower World Streamy Dreams. Anyhow, we'll get there. Ooh, I like that. Philip was saying He said, I need to get the Art of Don Bluth. Been putting that off for years. Yeah, that would be great. I'm trying to remember the name of the Disney book because I don't know if it's called The Art of Disney. It's like it's a really great book. But I grew up on that thing. It even shows like photographs that they took to kind of reference for Snow White and stuff like that. It's an excellent book. Kind of introduces you to all the 9 old men and stuff. The Illusion of Life. Thank you, Philip. Philip got it. Yeah, The Illusion of Life. And I was a little pampered because this is an advantage I had growing up. Was my dad was a graphic designer and a painter and stuff, so he liked art a lot. So he owned a lot of art of books and a lot of art history books, like the Impressionists, and he was obsessed with Frank Lloyd Wright. So I had access to these like beautiful art books, like growing up, you know. And The Illusion of Life was actually a book my dad had. And he had the copy that's it's like a big cardboard cutout of Mickey Mouse, like mounted on the top of it. I think it's a pretty valuable book now. But anyhow, so I grew up being around that all the time and being able to like pursue through those pages and stuff. That was a hugely cool thing. Cool thing, dude. Hugely cool, man. Philip was saying I bought it in college in the 90s, and he said it was stolen from me. I dumbly gave it to a friend of mine who was obsessed with Walt Disney, and have since regretted that because it's such a good book. Although I'm sure that friend got a lot out of it. But it's funny, I know that book backwards and forwards. Like, I have it pretty close to memorized, you know? All right, we're getting through it. Almost there. How are we for time? Oh my goodness, we're almost at 5 hours. So I don't think I estimated this wrong, because I figured it's going to be about dinner time when I finish. I might have underestimated. I think a lot of it's just those stupid flowers. But I think it's worthwhile. I think it's going to make the page really sing. These are the things you do. That's why it drives... Okay, so this is a thing that drives me nuts. When somebody does like a mediocre comic page, like, you know, and keep in mind, my pages aren't great, right? They do like a page that doesn't look that good. And they go, I worked so hard on this. I worked so long on this. And then you find out they put an hour into the page. And it's like a full color page with like 6 panels or something. And it's like, even Richard Fairgray, who we've had on Artcasters, he's crazy fast. And I don't even think he spends I don't even think he spends an hour on a page. And he's fast. He's super fast. I think he spends longer than an hour per page. And that always drives me nuts when people are like, why aren't my things coming out well? And they're not spending the time. Because it's like, dude, some of these pages I spend like 16, 20 hours on, you know? And like my pages aren't that good. But it's like, how would you expect your pages to look any better than mine if you're not spending, over 2 hours on your pages, Not that anybody's looking at my pages and going, "Oh, why don't my pages look better?" But it's like, yeah, you got to put in the work. That's for me. That was a big moment for me. When I remember really getting into Chris Ware, and then finding out the amount of time Chris Ware spends on a page and being like, "That's why." Like, not only is he super talented and like genius and stuff like that, but I mean, the dude spends the time to make those pages great, yeah. So now there are some people who are incredibly fast and can get this stuff done great, but it's like if your pages aren't coming out in ways you like and you're not spending any time on them, well, I mean, that would be the biggest indicator right there, is like, well, I mean, maybe spend a little more time on them. Oh, he said the reissue is called Disney Animation: The Illusion of Life. Nice. And he said he got it used for $50. Nice. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I haven't pulled out a reference book in a while. And that might be because I think a lot of that's like a pre-production kind of thing where you're like setting up the look and stuff like that. Those are great books to have. They are wonderful if you hit like a hard spot too, or just for inspiration, or just to see things that are possible. I always find like the animation ones are really encouraging because it's easy to see some of those animated features and think they just appeared out of nowhere and not realize like humans made them. And it's kind of cool to see all the human work behind the whole assembly when the magic trick is pulled off, right? Kind of fun to see. What do they call it? Seeing under the kimono or whatever. Okay. Here we go. We're going to get there, guys. We're going to get there. Oh my gosh. As self-disciplined as I am, it's almost 5. I might actually have to eat before I finish this page. I'm hoping not, but I will let you guys know, with all that talk of self-discipline, there is a point of the day where you might have to eat, right? So we'll see how far we get before getting to the passing the point of no return. We are at the 5-hour mark, though, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to make everything that I haven't colored magenta. And we're going to take a look at how we're coming along so far. I'm happy with how it's coming out. All right, I'll be right back. Here is, let's see. Here is the original Jacob's Apartment trailer.
Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart
Yeah, there's a lot of art of books that are great. One of my favorites for like book covers, and now I'm going to blank out on the name of it, but I have a great Chip Kidd book that's, I think it's just called One, and it's just all of his book designs for Knopf for like a decade, and it's unbelievable. Um, there's a lot of those books. I have a great one of my favorite comic related ones again is like the Masters of American Comics from the Hammer Museum exhibit. Like that's a great one that I reference all the time. Or if I'm in like a rough spot needing inspiration or something. Even if I'm like laboring on a page like this, like I'm like 5 hours in or something, I'm like encouraged when I look at the time that like Spiegelman like put in on mouse pages and stuff, like, and they look kind of sloppy and quick and stuff, but it's like those are labored pages, like, or you look at like, man, one of the most enlightening things I saw as a young artist was R. Crumb's pages, like, because Robert Crumb looks like real fast and loose in his. I mean, his work is like meticulous, but I always imagined it when I was younger as being like kind of sloppy. Not, and I don't mean that in a negative way. It just there was something very immediate about his work, and then seeing it in person and seeing how delicate and considered his line art is, um, was just like a very mind blowing experience where I realized like this guy spent like yeah, I don't know. Something else that was really cool as a young cartoonist was I've talked about this, but we've had David Chelsea on the show quite a few times. And when my wife and I moved to Portland, I was lucky enough to kind of befriend David Chelsea, and I used to hang out with him in his studio, like working on comics while he was working on like the second book on perspective that he ended up publishing, or not published, that was published. And seeing his process of like laying out those pages and like coming up with grids and roughing and like light boxing and blue lining and just like all the crazy labor that went behind those pages. It's like it was helpful to me because um you know quite often, like, I always imagine people to be really quick and that I'm somehow like not as good or not quite where they are. um and then when I see the amount of time that people are just putting into their stuff, it's always, sometimes it's very discouraging because you'll see somebody like a David Hartman who we've had on our casters who literally did a comic page like from start to finish in the hour and a half that we had art casters. It was like a finished publishing worthy page, and that's where like those are moments where I'm like, should I even be doing this? Like, although it's really cool. But then there's like, it is encouraging to me that there are people who, it just, some people it takes longer to do art, and in those cases, since I've been one of those people for a long time, what that means is I just have to sleep a little less and work a little more, than maybe some other cartoonists. But the weird thing is, even those cartoonists who are super fast, um, generally their output is insane. So it's like they're still putting in the same amount of work. They just are getting, 10 more pages to every one I get out. I think that's important for young artists to realize, is that like this stuff is time consuming and requires dedication. And I remember, at least for me, like I remember being relieved by that because I was feeling like there might be something wrong with me where it takes me so long to make it look decent, um, what's the trick? And then, seeing like a lot of the masters that I really admired, The trick was just you just spend the time, because I'd look at pages and be like, man, that looks like it took them like 16 hours to ink, and then thinking like, yeah, but that would be impossible, right? Like nobody's spending 16 hours inking. And then I'd see an interview with one of the artists being like, yeah, so I spent about 16 hours a page inking, and you're like, oh, that's why it looks that way. It's not a trick. It's like, oh, they literally, that's why it looks like that. Philip was saying one of my animation instructors was an incredible artist. We were all in awe of his work, but he was also rather slow and meticulous. He used to say that he knew he was slow, but nice. I think that's a to be continued story. Art of Spider-Verse would be an incredible book. I have not yet seen this. There's like a second one, right? I haven't seen the sequel of the Spider-Verse thing. But the first one was incredible. It was great. That was a great movie. Like that was exciting animation. I remember it being kind of refreshing because like I was saying about Adventure Time, there's occasional times where like an animation comes out and it's doing something really unique. I think I mentioned that movie, The Illusionist, not the live action one, but the French animated movie. And that studio is very refreshing to me. They did like Triplets of Belleville, and there was something really exciting about watching their stuff. Like you're watching something you haven't seen. You're watching something approach differently. You're seeing a new artist rather than like a studio style. Or you know what, like Leica when Leica first, when Coraline came out, it was so exciting to see something approached so differently than what was being approached at the same time. That's one of the things I love about art. That's one of the reasons I feel comfortable and slightly confident to make music or make art, is like there are so many voices, and sometimes you want to put on like Bach and listen to like classical music, and you want to listen to somebody who is like aware of like music theory, or maybe like put on Miles Davis and have your mind blown. But every once in a while you want to put on like the Ramones and just kind of chill out and enjoy some rock and roll, And it's like, it's good that we're in a world where all of those artists had a voice and where there's a variety of voice. And I think like one of the fun things about seeing like, the Spider-Verse movies was that, where it felt like another voice, like a newer voice, one we hadn't seen. That had its own kind of style and approach to this thing we've been doing for, at this point, like 100 years, That's always fun. That's always fun to see and exciting, And so, I think when you're working on stuff or when I'm working on stuff, like I try to remember that even though my style may not be my favorite style, it's it's something to someone else, Does that make sense? Like it could be the Spider-Verse to them, not, I don't know if that makes sense. Some kind of wild thing is happening in the kitchen. There was some screaming. I also want to do on my horror album a kaiju song and have my wife and her sister sing in Japanese on it. I still think that would be awesome. We'll see if we can make that happen. And then I'm glad you brought up the werewolf thing. I definitely need to do a werewolf one. But I just got to avoid all the go-to werewolf songs that already exist, you know? Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there very slowly. Art of Harry Potter or Art of Harry Potter Monsters would be awesome. Yeah, any of those kind of like post-production stuff. The ones I would love to own would be the Lord of the Rings art, like for the movies. That would be really cool too, to see some of the conceptual stuff for that. And I'm not talking about like the animated ones, because I grew up with the Hobbit one, from the animated series, that showed all the pre-work and sketches and stuff for that. But like, I would love to have some from the modern, like the more recent Hobbit movie, and Lord of the Rings. Which, by the way, I rewatched Lord of the Rings. They re-released it in the theater a year or so ago. Yeah?
Sounded like you said I grew up with a Hobbit for a second. I was like, okay.
That is funny. But yeah, I rewatched those movies in the theater because they re-released a bunch of them, and it's like, dude, that is an amazing series of films to this day. I think there's just not going to be movies that are that like incredible, I absolutely still adore the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings. All right, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. It's hot. It's a hot day. It's taking forever to get this page done, but it shall be done. We shall overcome. Dylan said, I so want that kaiju song to happen. It will. We'll make it happen. Okay. We're getting there. Oh. Okay. Okay, so I need the little one here. Where else? I think that's good for that color. Now let's do our yellows. Do we need any yellow? Yeah, we do. There's like a tiny little yellow guy right here. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay, we don't actually need the yellow there. We need this. And then this. Okay, what's going on with this guy? Okay, there is a little yellow dot there. He said, I just found the art and inventions of Max Fleischer, American animation pioneer. That would be amazing.
I think you might need to retake some of these.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of those books are just excellent. I can't remember what Philip might know this book. There's an illustrator who I think a lot of the early Disney animators were really big fans of, who was one of the first illustrators to like draw anthropomorphic animals. Like he had a whole series of like life drawings of animals like doing human things, but it was like he wasn't like faking their anatomy, so he made their anatomy like real animal anatomy, and his drawings influenced like greatly influenced the production of the Jungle Book and their approach to it. And I think a lot of the 9 Old Men were looking at this guy. He wasn't one of the 9 Old Men. He was like an artist that I think might have predated them, but he had published these sketchbooks. And I remember one of my illustration professors showing us those. I wish I could remember the artist. It's kind of a bummer because I almost feel like I'd like order it now, but that would be an excellent reference. Okay, here we go. We are so close now to finishing this page. Just the page. Just the page. How wild is that? Okay, I need to do his skin now. Let's get our guy. We've definitely done more than 3 flowers, which makes it a little more possible. I'm not sure what I did going into here, so I think that I need to... Yeah, okay, now I'm seeing what that is. So that's going to be the inside of the flower. And then this will be the... this will be that. And then this will be the red here. Okay, this is all starting. It's all coming together now. Yeah, my wife just pointed out it's like 83 degrees in our house. And we got the AC going, you know. But it's just that hot outside. Okay. Let's get through his hand. And it's already 5. So here's the thing. I think I might have to break my rule of having to finish the page before I eat. That might be a goal that was unobtainium, as James Cameron would stupidly call it. Okay. Here we go. Let's get his jacket. Nope. His jacket's going to go here. Kind of. What is going on here? Okay, now I'm seeing it. Okay. So this is going to be here. This will be here. Okay. Just trying to kind of find the elements. It's funny because when you're drawing, you know, sometimes you aren't really thinking about the color that's going to go on top of it. And so then when you're coloring, it's like you're almost having to go back over your drawing and be like, what was I thinking there? Like, what was this supposed to be again? And luckily, it's a little easier when you're doing it for your own work. You know, it can be pretty tough if you're doing it for an artist who drew it, Because then sometimes you have to make this like weird call where you're like, I guess that's background. I guess we'll find out, like, or just like go in there and kind of draw into it so it makes a little more sense. At least with your own work, you can kind of trust that you'll kind of remember what you were thinking or be able to revise it without pissing yourself off, because you're like, well, I mean, anyhow. Okay. That might be it. Philip said, all I can think of is this artist named Heinrich Clay. That actually sounds really familiar. So if he has like sketchbooks of like elephants doing ballet and stuff, because it also really influenced Fantasia as well. That sounds familiar. I'm wondering if that's him. Yeah. I'll have to look into that and try to get back to you guys on it. I know it exists. There's one thing I'll say. If you guys are going to art school and you find cool references like that, some of them I remember or I wrote down or I went out and got books and stuff like that. And then some of them are like these vague memories that I've been like meaning to get and maybe wasn't diligent enough at the time to like write it down. Okay, here we go. These can be a little more Wild West in the approach. So here I'm going to have that be yellow around orange. Here is going to be yellow in the center. Here can be yellow in the center again. That'll probably be a blue. This I like the idea of being yellow around orange. Let's see here. This we'll do yellow again. Let's work our way from there. This could be yellow in the center. Okay, so now we'll do our orangey stuff. Couple things here. Okay, let's do our blue. Like I like that kind of filling into blue. This I like as blue. This will be nice as kind of a bigger blue. Flowery thing here. All right, we're getting closer. Now we'll do our reds. And then we're going to do, yes, what's up?
He's getting the habit for us, so I ordered you a charburger, okay?
Cool. All right, we got the habit coming. It's pretty exciting. All right. So here's the thing that I'm thinking. I think I'm going to need to take a break and eat. I thought I could power through without eating until dinner time, but I think I'm about a panel behind where I speculated I would be at this point. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call it in a second. I'm going to finish up this this part real quick. And then we're going to call it for this stream, but I will probably be back on live streaming. Maybe we'll do a quick live stream when we finish up the panel after lunch. But we got a lot done. That's where we're at so far. I'm going to go ahead and color the one that hasn't been finished. So again, have high goals. As nerdy as it is, I try to stay self-disciplined and focused, but I don't beat myself up if I'm human. So there's a lot of detail. I think it's worth it because of the flowers. I think that just makes it more fun to have all those different flowers in it. I'm going to do better. I'll finish it up when I come back on, and maybe that last panel will probably take about an hour to color. So that's what we'll do. But I'm going to have some food and get some energy. We've been live streaming for about 5.5 hours. If you haven't yet, hit that like button and hit that subscribe button and that bell so you get notifications when you're about to go live. Support my music by checking out They Don't Care About the Born and The Worst Places to Work, my 2 albums that are out recently. They're pretty awesome. I'd encourage you guys to check them out. I hope you enjoyed the little previews of the masters, the debut of the masters for my album that I'm working on. And if you want to support indie comics, check out Jacob's Apartment or 2 Stories. There have been trailers for them all throughout the stream. But, getting those books encourages me to keep putting in the hard work on these other books. And with that, I will see you guys on the next live stream. I appreciate you all, and have a good night. I might eat. I might even nap too, because Philip was like, I think I might go have a nap. You know what? I might eat and take a little power nap because I can. All right. I will see you guys on the next live stream. Thanks again. You guys are great. Bye.